Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Supermarket Prep. I hope you are having an amazing morning. Hopefully, you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, Peter. Good morning, Eamon. How are you fellas this morning?
Good morning, Carlos. I am feeling great today. You know what? I got up early. I went for a run. I came back and I was doing a bunch of planning, a bunch of prep work for my backwoods country camping trip that I'm going to be doing in a couple of weeks. And, you know, I have to say, you know, it's one of those things that sometimes you got to sit back and just take a deep breath and say, do you have a good life? I love my life. You know, I'm thinking because next weekend, you know, this past weekend, I went to a cottage with my kids and we just relaxed and my adult children and we had a great time. And then not this coming weekend, it's like a nice relaxing weekend, but the weekend after, I'm going with a bunch of friends who are all actually older than me. They're all in their 60s. But we're going there. It's my Aruba crew. We actually get the crew that we go to Aruba with, and they're all joining at a cottage, and we're gonna have like just a big party cottage weekend. And then the week after, I'm going with a bunch of high school friends, and we're going backwoods camping because we can't seem to remember that we're in our 50s. We go out and we do these trips just like we were back in high school, which means that we overplan, we make them too long, we are exhausted, but we love every second of it. And I'm thinking, I get to do all this stuff, man. Life is pretty damn good.
You know, well, you have a good life,
sure
Peter. Let me say that. That's actually some good life.
You know, and in between, I'm playing pickleball, and I get to talk to you guys every morning, and I get to trade the markets. I'm like, you know what? You know, I got to remember how sometimes you can get lost in the, you know, my little dad rants. They're all jokey, right? But the reality, life is pretty good. So, anyways.
It sure is, man. Enjoy every moment of it because as it's good, it is short, goes quick. But yeah, we have a great life, man. Enjoy it. Friends, welcome over on, over on X, over on YouTube, and also our members. Welcome. Hopefully you guys are having a great morning. Here's a quick look at our gappers list brought to you by tradingterminal.com. You can always head over there and get tools just like this one, scanners, Market Atlas, and many more stuff to get you ready for the trading day or be with you throughout the trading day, helping you make decisions. All right, here we go. Let's see what Eamon has for our Monday. Shouldn't be Monday.
It's Wednesday now.
It's Wednesday. What
should
happened?
be Tuesday.
Yeah.
Wait, did I not change the title? I did not change the title.
No, yeah, you didn't change because the slide is new. The slide is new.
Yeah, but I didn't change the title. My bad. Guys, let's say it's Tuesday past Monday. I mean, Wednesday doesn't matter.
Monday
what matters is the information.
Monday plus 2. That's okay. There you go.
Well, let's do that. All right, guys. So yesterday was a great day for the bulls. All three major indexes recovered most. They recovered most of the losing streak that we had for the past 3 days. And Nasdaq was leading the way up as cheap stocks found their way back to the highs. Not to the highs, but still it was a really good move because Micron and SanDisk both made more than 12%. Marvell and Applied Materials gained over 8%. So that was actually a really good day. NVDA also moved higher after revealing a large stake in AI cloud provider NBIS. It was also a good move yesterday for Nebius after these news, right? And that gives us another reminder that the AI infrastructure story is very much alive. Earnings yesterday also helped. 3M jumped more than 7% after raising the full year profit forecast. General Motors also had a great day after a strong quarter. So far, earnings season is giving us a great start with nearly 88% of S&P 500 companies reporting results that are beating Wall Street earnings estimates. So that's a really good start for the earnings season, and it was a good day yesterday. The Middle East is still literally on fire. Oil climbed to a 5-week high. The United States is still holding strikes on Iran. The Houthis continuing to threaten the shipping routes on the Red Sea. So nothing new, but obviously that is not good. We had Brent briefly trading above $91. which is reminding us that energy is still the biggest macro risk that we're having at the moment. But here is what's really interesting, and I did mention it yesterday. The market had every reason to be nervous. War headlines, higher oil prices, rising treasury yields, new tariffs on Canadian imports, and yet the stocks just rallied anyway and they went higher. This tells you where investors' attention is really is. Investors right now are looking past all the negative headlines towards tonight's main event. After the close, Alphabet and Tesla will be reporting earnings, but more about this later. Let's head to what to expect today. Today is probably the biggest earnings day of the season. I mean, if you've been waiting all week for something to happen, so today could finally be that day. There isn't much important in the economic calendar for today. I mean, there is a lot, but probably the one report that's worth watching is crude oil inventory data. I forgot it's 8:30 or 10:30 a.m. But anyway, normally this is mainly an energy market event, but with Brent trading above $90 and all these Middle East headlines that are moving crude, I think today's report could have a bigger impact than usual, but not necessarily a lot of impact. We also had a few earnings before the market open. I did not check the results. I think it was for AT&T and GE. But AT&T gives us another look at the consumer, and GE is worth watching because it has become one of the biggest beneficiaries of the AI power boom. Forgot to take a look at this, but maybe Peter can check this out and give us a quick summary a little bit later. But let's be honest, guys, those are not the ones Wall Street is paying attention to today. Everything exciting is going to be happening after the close. Alphabet, Tesla, ServiceNow, Texas Instruments, IBM. I mean, each one of these is covering an important part. Alphabet will show us whether companies are still spending aggressively on AI and cloud. Tesla is not just about selling cars anymore. Investors want updates on robotaxis, on Optimus, on margins, on whether Elon Musk can keep the AI narrative alive. Texas Instruments will give us a completely different picture. I mean, unlike NVDA, it sells chips into cars, into factories, into industrial equipment, which makes it one of the best parts covering the real economy. And ServiceNow is telling us something every software company wants to know. Is AI creating more demand for enterprise software, or is it replacing parts of it? I mean, obviously, we should not forget about oil. Every headline out of the Middle East still has the power to move crude oil up and down. But unless something dramatic happens during the day, the market's attention is likely going to stay fixated on one thing, the earnings that we're going to be having after the close. Because by this time tomorrow, we will know whether the AI has another leg higher or whether investors were expecting a little too much from it. Anyway, we had a good pre-earnings rally on Tesla yesterday. I will still keep an eye on it today because it's one of the best runners when it's supported by a catalyst. Now let's go to Peter and the economic calendar.
Yeah, like Eamon mentioned, it's one of these weeks where it's sort of rare, where there's really like no data. We have nothing of interest happening. So crude oil inventories, as you can see coming out, I mean, it's a little bit more of interest these days than it has been, but the market hasn't really stepped up and said, yes, we like this data and we're going to move as a result. So while that's coming out at 10:30, it's largely inconsequential to your trading. You can just keep trading as normal. And as Eamon mentioned, if I check the trading terminal earnings calendar, as you can see, it's the big four today that we're looking for after the close, right? Before the open, we really don't have many earnings, not a lot of interest, maybe Thermo Fisher. We can take a look at T-Mobile. We might take a look at those in AT&T. Those all came out this morning. Oh, ServiceNow. Did that come out this morning? All right, we'll take a look at that a little bit later.
Oh, I
But
thought
after the
ServiceNow is
close,
coming
it's
after
the
the
big
close.
ones. What's that?
Sorry, I thought ServiceNow is coming after the close.
It usually does. That's why it surprises me here.
Yeah.
I'll double check that. This could be on the wrong list, but so I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that had earnings, but really, it's after the close. I would say the big four that we're looking at least for me, are Google, Tesla, Texas Instruments and IBM, only because they represent slightly different sectors in all technology related, I would argue, but officially they're in actually a couple of different sectors. So, but we'll see what happens with these earnings. And again, is it going to be universally good? So far, that's what we've seen. Or are we going to see some challenges on the earnings and maybe some warnings? Remember, IBM just warned a little bit early, so they got out ahead of this, and they warned, and their stock dropped last week as they were sort of warning about advanced earnings. So we'll see what happens when the real data, I suppose, comes out this afternoon. So let's so we'll find that out this evening when that happens after the closing bell. I'm just Carlos, getting a report here that maybe YouTube isn't working. Let's check it out. Check
What?
and see.
No, I have it up and running.
Hold on a sec. We'll just check. Yep, seems to be working just fine. I see it here. So, Tommy, I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe you need to refresh, but yeah, it looks like it's going fine for me. Let me wave at myself. Yep, there I am. All right, it's all good.
Where's Tommy? Is Tommy in the YouTube or is he somewhere else?
Well, he's in the chat room.
Oh, okay.
Was saying that YouTube wasn't working, so I just want to check.
Trust me, they would have made us very aware. All the people on YouTube, Alex, Candy, Manny, Agnes. Oh, yeah, they would have made a lot of noise. We're good.
Right. Yeah. Anyways, all right. So that's what I have on the economic calendar. And we can go take a look at what's gapping.
All right, let's do it, friends. Let's go to our gappers list and start dissecting this top, gap up list. Leading the way, SMCI. We've been talking about them yesterday. This morning, these guys are up 14%. Again, this company just will not settle down. I mean, even with all the bad news and hair dryers and all this stuff going on, it's still here, up 14%, 5.1 million shares traded, Peter. And it can trade very well, so it probably will be on my list today. But a nice gap up for them this morning. Anything new? I know you discussed something about Elon saying he was going to buy from them some chips. Anything new to that story, or anything else making a gap up today?
Not just a couple. Like, we're talking about billions of dollars worth of orders. No, the news yesterday was because they had announced an order with a competitor, SMCI, and Elon made the statement that it was not going to affect their purchase volumes with SMCI, despite all these orders. So today they Supermicro, they did have a little announcement. They are seeing record Q4 orders. They're saying that they're seeing over $60 billion worth of orders, and they raised their guidance as a result. So that's a big backlog. And again, there's look, I guess I used to work in this industry. You get bulk discounts and everything, but I've got to think with the size of some of these companies, it doesn't make sense to go through these consolidators. Are they? How much value are they adding? Anyways, never mind. I mean, it's sometimes it's just it's easy from a corporate perspective because of the financing, which is an odd effect that sometimes Supermicro can actually act almost like a bank. So essentially what companies can do, instead of having to buy the equipment, right? Because if you went directly to NVIDIA, for example, you would have to buy it. Because I was thinking about this yesterday, and I was saying, why would a company the size of, Google or anybody buy from a Supermicro when you could go directly to, or Elon, right, and SpaceX? Why would you buy directly or from a Supermicro instead of going directly to NVIDIA? Surely you've got the clout, but sometimes it's about financing because NVIDIA is going to want the cash for their product, whereas Supermicro says, yeah, we'll basically rent it to you, right, and then you get to basically it becomes an operational expense versus capex, which can be good from a financial engineering point of view, especially when you're a publicly traded company. But anyways, there's a lot of interesting financial engineering that goes on in large corporations that, if you've never dealt with it, you may not appreciate. And even I had to remind myself of that type of stuff. So in any event, Supermicro seeing record orders. So who cares if they're taking equipment and illegally selling it to other countries? Companies are still happy to deal with them. So, okay. No, let's go. Whatever works. As a trading stock, Carlos, it continues to be one of those on again, off again, sort of offerings. Whereas some days, it's just one of those where you want to be paying attention because Supermicro is going to move, and you're feeling left out if you're not trading it. Other days, you feel like you're wasting your time. So, today, who knows which one that'll be. but it could go either way. So maybe the safe route is, as a group, let's watch it for each other. A couple people keep their eye on it. You can let the rest of us know if it's moving. So put up your hand if you're going to be watching it, and we'll let us know if it's moving, so that maybe the rest of us don't have to. But
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna put it here today. If I find something better, we'll drop it off. But I'll put it on the list. I mean, it's got some good volume to it. Nice gap up, and like you said, Peter, you just never know. It's a hit or miss when it's actually going to trade well. I'm hoping today, with all the excitement, it's actually going to do something. So we'll see. ADVB is next, and these guys are up this morning 13%. Was up all the way to 10.76, came back down to $8 now. So again, it's just been moving around here. But today, Advanced Biomed on their third day seems like of activity. So low flow stock, as you will figure, 6.6 million shares flow. Again, won't be on my list, but it is active this morning.
Yeah, and yesterday's trading was not good, to be honest. I mean, I did sort of watch it to see what it was going to do. It seems like most of the fun was pre-market. At least I didn't like the way it moved. So, it's sort of the same news that is still continuing, right? Their removal of their secondary offering, which is seen as a good thing for the stock. So, as you can see, it popped up again pre-market. It's selling off a little bit. We've already talked too much about it.
Yeah, we'll move on. Careful with that one, friends, if you do decide to watch it. All right, next we have FLNC. So FLNC this morning, we are up 5.3, and this thing's 418,000 shares trade. So not a whole lot of volume, and it looks like on their day, they don't get great volume for the most part. But today they're up pretty nice here. Fluence Energy, we have seen them on our charts before. I don't think we ever actually put them on the list. Pre-market action doesn't look great, though. You got this one gap up, and it's just sideways, very little volume. It's not a low flow, 96 million shares flow, but it won't make my list today, Peter.
I don't blame you for not putting it on your list. It's like you said, technically not a low float. It's got 100 million shares in the float. But if I look at the average volume, this only trades about 8 million shares a day. I don't see any days that are interesting. I don't even know why it's moving today. I don't see any particular news on it. So they did have a positive analyst review that gave an upgrade. Is that enough to make it move? Maybe. I mean, it was Citigroup that upgraded them and put a $24 price target on it. So, but that's all I see.
Yeah. All right. There you go. Don't like it, we'll leave it alone. Let's look at T this morning, which is AT&T. And Peter mentioned a little bit about some earnings happening this morning earlier in the show. They're up 4.4 right now, 4.2 million shares traded. Not the greatest intraday trading ticker. And a lot of these telecommunications companies, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, they just don't trade well, even on heavy news. But I don't know. Maybe today, Peter, it's got some good volume, 4.2.
Yeah, and actually, this is one of the earnings plays, and this reminded me to check out ServiceNow. It does seem like the earnings are after the close, so ServiceNow will be after the close. You're right, Eamon. But anyways, AT&T did have earnings this morning, and it looks like they beat their numbers. And as you might expect from AT&T, they beat them quite handily. So they delivered positive results in a quarter, delivering, depending what you read, it's interesting because one report said that they under-delivered on revenue, another one said that they were over by $1 billion. So whether you think they're under or over, it doesn't matter. Everybody agrees that their earnings per share, meaning their profitability, was higher than expected. And that they generally said that they're sitting on a bunch of cash and feel that their stock price is undervalued. So they're going to accelerate their stock repurchase program and increase it to about $10 billion. So they're prepared to spend $10 billion of their cash reserves to buy back their own stock. And how much cash are they sitting on? They've got to be sitting on a whole lot of cash to be able to spend $10 billion. Let's see. Do I have their cash number here? I'll have to find that. But anyways, they're going to buy back their own stock, which is usually good, right? Because that means that it's reduces inventory available and increases the value of the remaining shares. So AT&T, it's a tough one. It's a NYSE stock. Don't forget that. Trades on the New York Stock Exchange. I think I'm going to watch it. Just because it has earnings. There have been, again, rare occasions, but when it has moved, there have been some awesome trades on it. Like I have actually had some great trades. So, that keeps me coming back, despite the fact that the majority of the time it doesn't pay off. right? So, but I'll watch it. It's in play today. 4 million shares already traded. We're well on track to have a good day. We'll see what happens.
All right. We'll see what takes place with AT&T. Here's Joby's next, the passenger taxi helicopter situation. So big gap up today, but gave most of it back. So only up 1.7 this morning, but was up much higher at 8:30, right out of the gates here, 5:45 out of the pre-market gates, that is. But slowly kind of dwindling down back to the previous day close. So not a whole lot happening here. Here's their daily. For the most part, they get great volume. Like, people love trading this stock, but doesn't really trade all that well at times. Peter, any news on Joby Aviation?
Yeah, they got a new deal, and it's an exclusive deal with Virgin Atlantic to provide flights between London and Manchester. That they're going to be in a partnership to basically use Virgin Atlantic's booking channels. So you're going to be able to book yourself a Joby, sort of air taxi using Virgin Atlantic's website and service information, and presumably tie it to any flights you have. So you get the flight into the airport, and then you can take an air taxi to your final destination. So they had an earlier announcement, if you remember, with Delta Airlines. They also announced that they were going to be doing a deal with the Olympic Committee, or I guess the what is it called? I guess the California Olympic Committee. Anyways, for the U.S. Olympics that are coming up. So, they're making sure that they're putting the deals in place. And I mean, I think it's good if you're flying into London or into Manchester. I'm gonna have to look at that. I am gonna go in November to the UK. Wonder how far they fly. Probably not far enough to get me somewhere. Do I really want my wife and I to go in an air taxi? Let me think about that. Nope, not gonna happen. All right, never mind that. I will take a plane, thank you, and a train if I have to. But I hope it works well. I'll let someone else do it. You go get in your little air human drone, and I hope it all goes well. So
yeah.
I find the business fascinating, but am I going to use them? Absolutely freaking not. So
it's just the cost. How is the cost going to be? You could do this now with a helicopter at $215, right? $215 can get you from West 31st Street all the way to JFK, right? But how's the cost going to be, right? I mean, are you going to beat that? I don't know.
I don't know. Charge me $1. I'm still not going. Thank you.
Look. You could do extra luggage. Okay, extra luggage. That's just $175 more. There you go.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Sure. Extra luggage. You're talking on the chopper, or are we talking
on the chopper?
On the drone.
On the chopper.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I'm okay with that. Extra luggage on the Joby drone. Like I want to put more weight on it because Anyways, never mind. I'm not. It's not happening. Again, cool idea. I just want it to sort of get through its growing pains and make sure it all works. I'm all for it. Make it happen. Just I'll watch from the ground.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This business is interesting to see how this is going to go in the future. I have my doubts that this is going to be successful, but we'll see.
Chris says,
I really do.
"What if there's drinks on board?" Actually, I need drinks in the lounge before going on board. Would be the requirement, I think.
Yeah, they do have a nice lounge, Peter.
The only way you get me into it is if I'm drunk.
The only way to get me on it, yeah. But even then, I don't know that I've ever...
You can hang out at the Blay Lounge. Yeah. They got the nice little lounge area there. Look at that. That's definitely some wine and some whiskey there. So, yeah, they'll hook you up.
Yeah, that would take a lot of alcohol because I've got a pretty high tolerance. So, anyways,
get there early. Get there 2 hours before your flight. You should be good to go.
That seems to defeat the purpose, right, of the convenient drone then. Anyways.
Oh man. All right, friends. That's pretty much on the gap up. I see some stuff shuffling around NVDA. I thought this was active. This was very active a couple of days ago. You guys remember went up all the way to 36. Has some wild couple of days. Kind of not really in play. It is getting a little bit of volume. It is up 10%, 235,000 shares traded. But again, it's a low flow stock that's trying to have a heartbeat after what it did in July 8th through the 15th. Just madness. But I don't see anything great. I don't think it's really tradable, Peter. I doubt there's any news, anything new on it. Just more after effects of what it did just a couple of days ago.
Looks like yesterday after the close, they terminated a secondary offering that they were going to be making. So again, similar news to what we saw earlier on ADVB, where they're not issuing more stock, and the market usually likes that. So, but yeah, not tradable. I saw XE on the list, Carlos. It had popped on and then dropped off. There was some interesting news on X, not something that we ever looked at. This is a company called X Energy. And they are a nuclear energy company. Their stated mission is to let's see here to bridge the gap between science and large scale commercial execution. So in building sustainable nuclear energy, and along with Oklo, which we know well, right? Because it's one that we've been trading quite a bit. They're going to be getting some funding from the U.S. government as part of the $200 million Department of Energy program to create reactors for AI data centers. So, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've seen this movie and it's gone poorly, where you have nuclear reactors running data centers, but powering AI, and which is going to be building robots. Doesn't it all feel like we're setting ourselves up for something really bad? Anyways, don't worry. What could possibly go wrong, right? In any event, XE, hey, look, Oklo has been fun to trade at times. Maybe XE will join the fray as a stock to trade. I mean, it's not there yet. It's only trading about 4 million shares a day. And today I don't see a lot of volume, but it's the first time I've sort of seen it pop up on our list. So maybe it'll get there.
All right. Well, we'll see. All right, friends, coming up on 8:30. Let's go to we could probably get in our feature story for the day, Amy. Let's do that. Then we'll hand it off to Jared in about 3 minutes here.
Social pulse or featured story? Featured story. All right, guys. So this is actually an interesting one around here. Tonight is not just wait. I think this is an old one, isn't it? I think I know the issue.
It's yesterday's.
I think I think I uploaded the slides, today's ones. Let me double check about that. It's probably my issue around here.
Uh-oh.
Can we do the social pulse, Carlos? If you're here.
Data issue.
No, it's not a data issue. It's an old slide.
Old slide, yeah. I'm not sure why the new one didn't load. And I don't
but the new one is available. Either. Yeah, the new one is available.
This, yeah. Let me see if I can do it manually. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Do it manually here.
I thought I messed up a lot today, but luckily I did not mess up a lot.
No.
Let's play VMix.
Yeah.
So you're just saying, thank goodness it's someone else's fault.
Thank goodness it's Carlos. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yes. Always play me, man. Always play me. It's always my fault.
That's right.
All right, here we go. Feature story.
All right, guys.
Okay. Hold on a second. Let me get it for you. Have it here. Go. Yep.
Good, because I have my hints in the slide.
There we go.
All right, guys. Okay. So tonight is not just about another earnings report. I think today might be one of the most important reports of the entire earnings season, because one question that have been hanging a lot and that a lot of investors have been asking themselves is that is all this AI spending actually paying off or not? Alphabet is spending between 180 and 190 billion dollars this year building AI infrastructure. But unlike a startup burning cash, Google has something most companies do not. It has customers. Google Cloud now has more than $460 billion worth of contracted business waiting to be delivered. And that's a lot of money. I mean, think of it like a restaurant with a huge reservation list. The demand is there. Now, investors want to know how quickly those reservations are going to be turning into actual revenue. This is why Google Cloud will probably be the most closely watched number into tonight's reports after the earning. If cloud growth remains strong, it will be telling investors that the companies are still spending aggressively on AI. And obviously, this would be good news not only for Alphabet, it will be good news for NVDA, for Broadcom, for TSMC, and the whole AI supply chain. But there is another question that investors want answered. Can Google keep spending this much without hurting the profits? I mean, over the past few weeks, the market has become much more skeptical of companies that are putting a lot of billions into the AI without showing clear return. And tonight is Google's chance to prove that this is not just spending cycle for the sake of spending. It's spending that is generating business. This is what we want to see in today's report. One thing I'll be also listening to is how the management is speaking, the tone basically. Do they sound even more confident about the AI demand, or do they start talking about being more disciplined with spending? Because sometimes the numbers will be telling you one thing, but the conference calls tells you something else. And by tomorrow morning, we'll know a lot more about whether we will be having a second leg on these AI stocks or whether Wall Street is finally starting to ask for profits instead of promises. Now we can leave maybe Jared for the engineering the market and do the social pulse on YouTube.
Yeah, we'll do just in a second. So we'll let you guys go here. Engineering market starts now. We'll see you guys a little bit later.
Awesome. And I think this one is an interesting one. Peter is definitely going to like it because one story that dominated the social media yesterday is OpenAI. OpenAI revealed that one of its most advanced experimental models repeatedly broke its own safety rules during the internal testing that it had. The model was told to share its work only inside Slack. Instead, it spent about an hour searching for weakness in its sandbox. It found a way into the public internet and uploaded all the work into GitHub. In another test, it split the authentication key into pieces to get around the security scanner. OpenAI says that it immediately paused the model. It said that it redesigned the safety system and only restored limited access after adding stronger monitoring and after paying closer attention to what it's doing. And that started an interesting debate online. One side is saying that this is exactly how responsible AI development should work. The company found a problem, stopped everything, fixed it, and told the public everything that's happened. It's transparency and everything is good. Obviously, the other side says, I mean, wait a second. The impressive part isn't that OpenAI caught it, it's that the model kept looking for ways around the rules until it succeeded. For businesses in general, thinking about giving AI access to their code, to their systems, to the data, that would be unsettling. I mean, here is the question that everyone is asking. Does this story make you trust AI companies because they're being transparent? Or it gets you to trust them less because this bad behavior happened in the first place? I mean, one thing is becoming clear. As AI models, they become more capable day after day. Teaching them what to do may not be a difficult part. Teaching them what not to do would be the real challenge. I mean, we hear Carlos and Peter every day talking about this, right? The AI will take over the world and the end of the world is soon. And that could sound as a joke until it doesn't.
I couldn't agree more.
It's a joke until it isn't. That's true.
Once these robots start moving like the iRobot movie, once they start being that flexible and that reactive, yeah, it's downhill. But we'll see. We'll see. Right now they're too slow. They can't get their bearings together yet. All right. Thank you, Eamon. Really appreciate it. Good stuff. All right, let's head over to our gappers list and brought to you by tradingterminal.com. Leading the gap down this morning was one that was very active yesterday. CPHI was one of the low floats that we had on our watch list, and this thing went wild all the way up to 1919 yesterday. So if you can see here on the day, you look at the pop that it had. Has since then come back down 20%. Again, just an incredible move. And it's funny that I don't see that there were a lot of halts. There were a couple of halts, but not that many as it went from like 710 to 19. So And maybe I'm missing some of the halts there. But in play for their second day, I don't think it's really tradable. Low flow stock, guys, be very, very careful. Hard to borrow, so you don't have shares for short on it. And sitting, of course, on SSR, given on where it closed yesterday. So, Peter, I don't think this is tradable today. I mean, it could be if it starts going again, but for the most part right now, I'm not really showing anything that we would like to have.
I mean, sure, anything can be tradable, I suppose, but yeah, I don't think I don't think it's going to be. In fact, they issued a statement yesterday after the close saying there's no material corporate developments because the New York Stock Exchange issued an inquiry into why is the stock moving recently, and they're basically saying, I don't know, don't ask us, man. It's somebody's created memeing opportunities. It's not us. So I mean, whoever's pumping this thing, the company is disavowing any knowledge. So could it meme today? It could. If you look at the daily, it's really weird, isn't it? Like it's like 1 day on, 3 days off. On again, off again for another couple of days. I mean, I don't. So based on that pattern, this for sure should be an off day because it was an on day yesterday, but I don't know. I mean, it doesn't mean the pattern is going to necessarily repeat. So,
Yeah, 100%.
but I don't think so. For me, no thanks. It's a low float, right? And I don't usually pay attention to low floats even when they are moving. So,
yeah. A couple of more here, guys, leading the gap down. Let's ADTN is another one that's here as well. A little less volume, 322,000 shares traded. Pre-market action looks a little bit messy. And then the daily could touch has been down. So gapping pretty decent this morning. It's not a low flow. This one is actually where did it go? I just had it here.
Oh, no, I see. My list. Yeah, 74 million shares in the float.
Yeah. So, okay. So not a low float. Yeah.
No.
But yeah, it's here, Peter. Not sure if any news. Pre-market action looks so bad right now.
Yeah, it does look surprisingly bad. I mean, it only has 300,000 shares traded, and it just made our list because of that. But no, I don't. Apparently, they issued preliminary second quarter results early this morning, which were good, but the market doesn't like the fact that they cut their second quarter. Their next quarter revenue outlook. So, but not tradable.
Yep. Not good. We'll leave it alone, guys. Here's another one, PEGA. So PEGA this morning, we are down 17%. Again, another one with very low volume. Pega Systems is the name of the company. 331,000 shares traded. I mean, it just doesn't look great. So another one that won't make my list this morning.
It's funny. There's all these companies out here that I've never heard of. That, anyways, they got a downgrade from Citibank. They're an AI company. They're apparently building AI engines. So, and they claim a whole bunch of companies: Siemens and Ford and ING Bank, HSBC, Vodafone, Cisco Systems. They've got all these big names that they're scrolling across their website. So I never heard of them, but it just goes to show there's a lot of depth, right, to this AI service market, which also means that there's so much more to fall if AI doesn't prove its value. Like we've been on these rides before, right, where we've talked about AI. And remember what I mean, again, I go back to this is, in my day, but big data when it was going to be the thing, and big data never really panned out. These, big language learning models that have now been co-opted into the AI environment. I just find, Carlos, there's just so many companies are invested so heavily in AI, whether they're a provider or they're a purchaser or they're providing equipment or data centers, of course, all this stuff we've talked about. A big an unreasonable percentage, I would say, of the market valuation and GDP has been invested in this, and that feels problematic to me. I don't know. I mean, yeah, but the big data. Remember the big data promise? I was going to revolutionize business and allow for smarter business decisions and all that. Did it? I would argue it never really paid the dividends that it was supposed to. And AI, AI is facing a lot of those same pressures, right? It may be cool and it may deliver value, long term, but is it going to deliver that business improvement that is anticipated? I mean, if you spend billions of dollars on something, you're expecting billions of dollars of return. It's not good enough if you spend a couple billion and they say, look, it saved us $200 million worth of cost. You're still deep in the hole. So, uh, and yeah, so it's so you obviously Yoshimo here seems to be an AI advocate, and I'm guessing because you're like it's all part of the same transition and it's not a separate thing, and I get it, I hear what you're saying, but my point is if the big data was the front end of the AI transition, that started like what 15, 20 years ago almost. So if we're still on this journey. How much have companies had to spend over those decades for questionable returns? I mean, we're not all sitting at home eating bonbons and living the good life. We're not in Star Trek land. So it feels like the investment that companies have made haven't necessarily paid off. In some cases, sure, companies have got value out of it, but I mean, right now, if you look at the trillions of dollars that the economy has spent, all told into the promise of AI, we're going to have to see pretty massive changes in the way the economy runs and the value proposition the companies are able to deliver to be able to recoup that. And that's a big ask. That's a lot of expectation. So, anyways, all I'm saying is there's a lot of requirements out there to get the value back. Pegasystems is being caught in the fact that the market right now is generally a little more concerned about the ability of AI to deliver, and being that they've pegged their future, pun intended, to the to AI, they're seeing a downturn.
All right. There you go, friends. Pegasystem down 17% for us. Does not look really great as an intraday trader for us, so we'll leave it alone. What's the float on this one? 88 million. Okay, it's not a low flow though. They're getting really light volume here. All right, let's continue, friends, over to our gap down list. We'll do a few more. Let's do maybe RAM. We know it's an ETF, shouldn't be here, but it's still there. It's still there. SKHY, let's do DYN, and then we'll hop around. Reddit is on here, and then we have a slew of other tech companies, AMD, TSM, and more on this list. MU, SNDK, Intel, which again, some of these were pretty rough yesterday. Not as clean as they usually can be. Let's go with DYN. Oh, this is messy. This will be a waste of time here. So this is pretty bad. Dyne Therapeutics. Yeah, it's horrible. It shouldn't be here. 364,000, down 7%. But again, whatever the news is, doesn't matter. This looks so bad. It's not going to be on our list, Peter. Anything to add?
No, I agree with you. It's sort of a waste of time. It's a secondary offering, by the way, so not even the type of thing that we want to trade.
Yeah, so straight garbage there. Wow, you know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done our garbage truck in a long, long time. We're gonna bring that out today, right here for this one. I mean, when was the last time you saw the garbage truck come out, Peter?
That's true. Let's do it.
Wow.
Me. Look at that.
There you go.
Let's throw a couple things in there. Yeah.
Garbage.
I think
My goodness.
we saw an interesting move higher yesterday, led by SanDisk and sort of the memory stocks, right? With it was a Morgan Stanley, I think, report that said that they're expecting the price for memory to go up another 25% in the next 6 months or next 2 quarters. So that was sort of moving SanDisk and Western Digital higher. The chip stocks sort of followed. So it's natural that we're seeing a pullback today, once again led this time by SanDisk and Western Digital. So they moved a little bit more than average to the top side yesterday. They're going to get a little bit more than average of the downside today as that sentiment cools. So we'll see where we go. And whatever happens, they're always in play. So, pick whatever semis you want. SMCI is probably the only one that it's holding on to its gains, and it sort of gets these, I don't know, it feels like unwarranted moves. I mean, it's up 12%. Look at it. I mean, it's got a big gap up. It's actually been selling off pretty much all morning, but it's still holding on to those gains. So I actually am putting it on my list because I think it's in play. So I'll keep an eye on that, Carlos. I'm not going to be putting a sharp focus on any of the semis. Like you mentioned, they were a little tougher yesterday. I think they're going to be tough today. I mean, they'll be in play, but probably not easy.
Yeah, I agree. If you look at some of these stocks, man, they were brutal. I know Intel was a tough one, and you can see it right over here how tough it was in the morning. Then finally got its act together, but man, the first hour or so
Finally got
was
its
not
act together.
great. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, friends, pick your favorite. I'm not coming off with a big list here this
Nope.
morning. So again, I got SMCI because I think it looks great. The volume is incredible on that one this morning. I think 7.8 million so far. I don't know. We'll see what is out there. Yeah.
I've got AT&T on my list as well, so I don't know if you want to
Really?
add that to set some levels.
Oh.
Again, you just
Ooh.
never know, right? Like
Yeah, yeah.
it's rare that it moves, but occasionally it can actually give some decent trading on these earnings type days. So
Yeah. You
I'll
know
watch
what?
it.
We'll put us to do some levels. How Gray's going to trade will be we'll see. But man, we have been not let down because we normally don't end up trading it. It just doesn't give us great opportunities, right? It's not like Intel. Intel we actually try to trade and it has let us down by not working. But AT&T is more like we could watch it and you might just not get your signals to take a trade. Intel will give you signals left and right and then leave you hanging. So we'll see.
One stock for the late day traders that you might want to
Yeah.
watch, IREN. We talk about it a lot. I usually ignore it because it doesn't do well. And if you look at it, sort of like 2/3 of the day yesterday, it to my eye, it was extremely ugly. And then sometime mid afternoon, and I like the I obviously like the short plays. But look at that move, right? It spiked up to a high of day, and then the biggest move of the day was this move from high to low of day, all in sort of one big move over the course of about an hour and a half. And it's those types of moves that remind me that sometimes, I discount these things, but they just because they're ugly at the open doesn't mean or midday doesn't mean they can't find a good move. You got to keep paying attention. And
Yep.
remember yesterday, I told you guys for this week I want to try and trade, and I lost focus. I have to admit, mid afternoon because despite the intent, I still only got the one trade at the open, Carlos. So I got to do better. I got to find more, and I got to stay
Yep.
focused longer. So, but Iren is yeah. I said I was impressed by that move. So I'm thinking it's one that I've got to keep a little bit of a closer eye on.
Yeah, well, fully agree. All right, friends, we'll keep building. I only have SMCI and AT&T. Peter, anything else you like off the gap down list this morning?
Well, SpaceX was a good mover yesterday. I mean, obviously Carlos and I got a short trade, but I mean the big move was to the top side, and then it sold off again in the afternoon. So it definitely it moved whether you want it up or down. It did both, and it made some moves. So I think there were some good trading opportunities, and I still have more than a little regret of not reversing our trade and going long because as much as we were looking for the $2 move down, it made a $6 move up. So and we failed to take advantage of that, Carlos. So I think again the signals weren't all there, but it still feels like there was a missed opportunity. So in any event, yeah, SpaceX is worth watching. Tesla made a great move off the open again. No indication yesterday. Why Tesla? It didn't really give us any pre-market signals that it was going to move, and nor is it today, right? It's not doing anything special pre-market, but it doesn't have to. And I think yesterday was a good reminder that Tesla's one of those stocks that can just move on any given day. It doesn't have to, and it might not. Like we've seen terrible days out of Tesla as well, but you just sort of have to always keep an eye on it because you never know when it's going to move. So, yeah, those would probably be the big target ones that I've got. Google might be interesting just because, again, earnings after the close. I agree with Eamon. It's probably the big one that people are watching and looking for action on. So, it used to be that the day, like if you had earnings after the close, that day things wouldn't move at all. It was pretty dead. I haven't seen that as much recently. Like it actually has been moving. Stocks have been moving into earnings. I don't know what that means, but I can just track the fact that you get a little bit more of the ability to trade and more price action movement the day of earnings. So, if we can take advantage of that, so be it. I don't know whether it's going up or down. I think Google's going to be hard pressed to tell the markets what it wants to hear, to tell the market good enough news to move higher. So I'm a little short biased on it for the earnings, but that doesn't often translate to the day, the day of earnings. Like it could be that it moves up today on anticipation of the results. I just don't know. But anyways, it might be worth watching. So those would be the ones I think you can keep an eye on.
All right, awesome. All right, friends. Well, we'll take a break from the gappers list here. Let's head over to Eamon with our fun fact of the day. So let's see what Eamon got for us here, and then we'll come back and take a look at more stocks.
All right. Hello, guys, again. I went, made a quick cup of coffee, finished it, and apparently had free time than I expected. Anyway, here is a number that really puts this earnings season into perspective. Nearly 9 out of every 10 S&P 500 companies that have reported so far have beaten Wall Street's expectations. A few years ago, that would have been enough to send the market soaring to all-time highs. Today, not necessarily. Investors are not just asking, did you beat earnings anymore? They are asking, can you grow AI revenue? Can you justify your spendings? Will tariffs hurt the margins or not? Will higher oil prices push inflation back up? I mean, in other words, companies are clearing the bar. I mean, investors keep moving the bar higher, and companies are trying to catch up with that. Anyway, it's a reminder that great earnings do not always mean great stock performance, and we've seen a lot of companies reporting good numbers but still dropping because we get these questions a lot, almost every day. What do you think Tesla is going to report? What do you think Google is going to report? To be fair, company beating expectations does not necessarily mean that it's going to go higher. Similar to getting bad earnings doesn't mean that it is going to go lower because sometimes, or maybe even most of the time, expectations matter more than the results themselves. Now, for today's history lesson, on July 22nd, 1933, Wiley Post became the first person to fly solo around the world. But here is the amazing part. 2 years earlier, he needed another person in the cockpit to help navigate. And on his record-breaking flight, he replaced that other person with one of the world's first practical autopilot system that was called mechanical Mike. People thought that trusting a machine to help fly an airplane sounded unbelievable, it sounded crazy, and it's not safe at all. Now let's fast forward 93 years. Tonight, Tesla is reporting earnings, and investors are focusing on one single thing. How quickly can robotaxi become a reality? I mean, if you think about it, every generation has its own version of there is no way I'd trust a machine to do that, or maybe there is no way I'd be riding that flying thing, right, Peter? Anyway,
Yes,
guys,
indeed. That's me.
exactly. All right, guys. So, yeah, that's the fun fact for today. I'll leave you to Carlos and Peter for the rest of the show, and I'll be back at 11 a.m. with Kyle. See you guys.
All right, Eamon. Take care, and we'll see you. Great stuff from Eamon always. But yeah, we're looking at John's. How many miles John puts on his Tesla yesterday?
Yeah.
I was
We always get,
99.9 or some crazy number of
he
self-driving.
was at 99% self-driving.
Yeah.
I know, and he's worked hard to
Yeah,
to,
and
to
we're not
have
talking
that
about 10
self-driving.
miles, right? We're talking
No,
about
no.
4,000
Yeah, it
miles.
was
So
something like that. Yeah, it was
yeah,
thousands of miles that he had on his car, and yeah, 99% self-driving. So I find that impressive because like
yeah,
I was driving through a construction zone the other day, and just my own like my Kia's, well, it's my wife's car, but my wife's remedial lane, the lane assist thing
yeah,
that helps keep you in the lines. Well, because of the construction zone, they redrew the lanes to get around the construction, and it threw off like the brain, like it would have driven me into a barrier if I let it. So I'm thinking,
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if Tesla can actually navigate, though, I'd be curious to see how it does on our roads here, because I mean, again, my experience so far has not been encouraging. But as John keeps telling me, I gotta stop. I gotta stop saying no. I gotta just try it.
Just try it.
So
Yeah.
maybe I need to go try it. I need to get myself a Tesla and just live in it for a while and see how it does. Or maybe I'll get myself a Tesla and we'll die. I really don't know, because it will drive me off a bridge or follow the lane right into a concrete barrier at highway speeds. That's of course my one of my fears. But me, I'm a little risk adverse. Have you noticed? Anyways.
There you go, friends. All right. I mean, I don't have here a lot on my list. Maybe you guys could build a list today, based on what you guys suggested. So let's go to see what you guys got going on this morning. We'll start with YouTube here. I also have X up. So let me know what tickers you guys are watching. Actually, Mr. David got one on X right away. ONDS. Ain't that the one that we've been talking about? Was saying hanging around $12, shot up. Yeah, that's the one. And back down to 7. So not really working out too well long on the daily here. But today they got a little bit of volume, 1.4 million shares traded, up 1.2. I personally, we've seen this stock many times. I don't like to trade it intraday, but if you like it, there's some stuff going on this morning. All right, let's see what else, friends. What else you guys like today? Let's take a look. What do we have here? Tesla. Yeah, Tesla. I did not add Tesla. You could add Tesla. It's got light volume today. That's probably one of the lightest volume days we've seen. Only 444,000. Seems very low for this time on Tesla. So I'm not sure what that's about. But it is Tesla, and they got. When's the earnings, Peter? Is it tonight or? Oh, there we go. Maybe I kicked it to start moving here. That's good.
Yeah. Did you do that? That's amazing.
Did I poke it? So
yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Tesla's earnings are tonight after the close. Yeah,
all right, so we'll watch it today. This is one of those companies that it can do some funky stuff here, leading up to their earnings this evening. So we'll watch it. IBM. Alex has a whole list there. IBM Now, Market. Sorry, not Market. I was gonna say Marketplace. I don't know why. MRVL, SMCI, and Hood. So got a bunch of stuff that you're watching. All usual suspects. And yeah, we'll see how those go. Go ahead, Peter. We're gonna say something.
No, I was agreeing with Marvell. Marvell's one of those that is sort of starting to get itself into the conversation, I find, a little more often. So maybe it'll become a regular player. I'm not fully convinced, but it's on the fringes. But I guess it takes a while before you get into the core of the daily trading type stocks. So we'll see if it makes it. But and look, Andrew's in the house. So good morning, Andrew.
Yes, good morning, Andrew. MRVL. Yeah, I'll add that to the list. I mean, we got the space to do it. So MRVL, and I think that might be it. SMCI, AT&T, SpaceX, Tesla, and MRVL. NVIDIA, you know what? I had it yesterday. How did it end up doing towards the later parts of the day? Not so great. It did have a nice drop. It did recover here. So you got a couple of trading opportunities. But for the most part, I don't know, man. We've seen better out of NVIDIA. I feel like hasn't traded as great as we're used to seeing it. So
no.
I don't know.
It hasn't been all that good the last couple of weeks, in my opinion. I mean, it's had some moves, but not as good as it was. At one time it was just unquestioned, right? It's on your list. Right. It's got to be on your list because it's always moving. Not as much anymore.
Not the case anymore.
Yeah, maybe that's just the pressure of once you get into that top dog spot, now you get more institutional traders. You get a lot of deep pockets that want it to sort of be a little more stable. Last thing you want to do is be investing a whole lot of money and have it super volatile. So
that's very, very true.
They don't mind the
If
volatility.
you look at their chart, they are very stable. Actually, you're right. After hitting here, they don't move crazy like we've seen others, like of course MU, SanDisk, and the memory chips, the memory companies. They obviously been out of control. Here's a reminder of what MU looks like, which by the way did actually trade well yesterday. Like I was looking at the chart again this morning, and look at that. It actually had a great trading day. So I wish this thing was like 300 or something. 928. Which was lower price. I'll be more comfortable with a $1.50 stop as opposed to a $5 stop. It's just weird. But yeah, MU guys, if you like it, I think it's a good one to watch. I think it can trade very well. And I know Mud is another one. Let's see how Mud looks. This might be the one I put on my list, right? Yeah, look at Mud. It's the inverse of MU. Yeah, this looks good, man. You know what? I'm gonna add MU, Peter. I think that's the way to go. MU/Mud. Because when MU moves well, Mud can give you an opportunity at a not a great price, right? I wish it was a little high, like 30. I know I'm being so picky. I don't want at 900. I don't want at 11. I know I'm being picky, but you got your sweet spots. I mean, beggars can be choosers, but you have your sweet spot. Like that 80, 50 to like about 250. It's like, man, those stocks are great. At $150 stock, take a couple of shares, $1 stop. There's just, I don't know, it's like the sweet spot for me at least. But all right, there it is, friends. Let's let's go to bearbrootraders.com. Right, and we'll show you what is happening in our community. You can always come there, bearbrootraders.com, click on webinars at the top, and you can see what's happening in our community for the entire week. Today is Wednesday, so we're going to go ahead and there it is loading up and see what's happening in our community today.
Yes, like you say, Wednesday it is, and Wednesdays mean that we usually focus on our psychology offerings because is Wisdom Wednesday, as I like to call it. And tonight we've got our signature webinar. Randy Howell is going to be in the house, 8 p.m. for all of our elite members. Going to talk about the habits and addictions that interfere with your successful trading. So you can have good habits, you can have bad habits, but one way or the other, there's a way to manage them. And you know, it's one you can turn bad habits into good habits, but it takes a lot of work. So it's 8 o'clock. We're going to talk about that, give you some ideas of how to help manage it. And again, psychology is 80 to 90% of the challenge here. It's really not about the technicals. We like to focus on that, but it's really about managing your mindset. That's going to make the biggest difference to your trading. So if you can do that, you're on the path to success. And that's what we want, is you on the path to long-term success. If you want to be successful long-term, then one of the things you should consider is being part of a community. It's good to be with us here in the morning. It's even better to be part of a full-time community, and Bear Bull Traders can provide that. So go to bearbulltraders.com and you can find the information to be part of the community and join not only all these webinars, but our live trading room, which is active all the hours that the market is open and then some. If you want to join, again, you can go to the website, find the different options from the monthly to the annual to the lifetime, whichever you pick. You're going to be, we think, pleasantly surprised about what you get. And all of them carry 7-day money-back guarantee. So, you know, give it a shot. Try it out. Figure out which one is right for you. And hopefully we'll see you in the chat room soon.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Peter. All right, friends, let's get some levels in place. We'll start with our tickers here, and we'll be ready to go. And we are definitely early, so you know, get your questions ready. We can answer those as well as we go through and get through the daily levels here. All right, let's start with SMCI. Has been in play here. Big pop for them today. Started last night, holding here 12.4 this morning with tons of volume. 8.9 million shares trade. So definitely is going on the list today. High of the pre-market 29.99, and towards the bottom 28.41 is the low. So on the daily, if we move over here, let's see what else is at below this. We do have 27.26, and then another great level at 26.63. Below that, highs and lows for the last two trading days looking pretty good there. Above that 29.96, let's go over here and look at 31.48. And then above that, another great area at a 33.51. Again, those are far out. I don't think it'll move that much after being up 12.5, and also after somewhat giving some of the earnings, some of the move up this morning down to 28.42. So we'll see. Give me some of the gains already in the pre-market. Let's look at AT&T. This one, it's got some good volume, 5.5. Again, not the easiest stock to trade, but let's see if today can give us some opportunities. 23.58, we'll set a level there. Right where the price action is, I'm going to mark that too. That's also a level on the daily. So right over here on 23.11, 23.12. Towards the bottom of that, we do have 22.74. And then below that, obviously, you got all the levels from the last couple of days in there, including the previous day close. Above the 23.58, we want to set something near 24. And probably the next big one I see is around 24.50. So once you do that, guys, you're all set on AT&T. And pre-market action doesn't look great. It is a New York Stock Exchange ticker. So, you know, we need to give it a little more time for it to actually start getting some movement, start getting the volume. At the market open, you might see sometimes that the first minute or two, there's no volume. Then out of nowhere, it just kicks in, right? So it's typical of New York Stock Exchange tickers to do that. So, you know, we'll see what happens. All right, let's look at SpaceX this morning. I like SpaceX. SpaceX has been, you know, treating us pretty well. Did the same thing yesterday for us. A great move to the downside right out of the gates, and then another great move, another incredible move to the upside. And then if you're trading the entire day, as we mentioned earlier, I mean, it was a mover the entire day. The opportunities to go from the highs back to the low towards the end, the second half of the trading day there. All right, let's see some levels as far as SpaceX goes. The low of the pre-market right around 122.34, and then your high is pretty much 124.96. I think once you mark down those two things, I think you are set. And on the daily, you're surrounded by the highs and lows of the last two trading days. So trying to find some support here, guys. It's been nothing but red. So it just keeps bleeding down here. As low as 119 is what we saw yesterday. Try to recover. But we are right back down the same day, right? Kind of breaking even. And we are slightly red this morning after trying to be green. We're up in the green territory. Green to red move so far. So not looking all that good for SpaceX. So let's see. Everybody's got their bets in. Some people are saying 55, others are saying 85, some saying 100. We'll see how low this can go here. All right, next is Tesla. Yeah, we'll see how low this can go. People? Yeah. In chat. Our friends in chat. We'll see. Right. Not analysts, Peter. I know how you feel about analysts, so not analysts. Actually, I don't know what analysts are saying. What are they saying about SpaceX?
I don't know, but
we'll have to figure out what they think. You know,
we'll talk. Let's come back because somebody's asked us to look at J-Tone has asked to look at Rocket Lab. I want to talk about Rocket Lab, but go through your levels first.
Yeah,
let's come back to that because we got time.
Yeah, we'll definitely have plenty of time to talk about it for sure. Let's look at the Tesla low of the pre-market right now, 374.62. The high is just around above the pre-market. The previous day closed at 379.37. So once you do that, friends, you're pretty set. The last two trading days are doing a great job of covering the price action all around the high and low this morning, as you can see there. So I don't think you need to add any more levels. If we start breaking out of these areas, then we can start looking at adding more levels. But again, I think we're pretty good on Tesla. Moving on to MRVL is another one that has been trading pretty good. Also stuck between the highs and lows of the last two trading days. I'm going to add the pre-market high, 206.72, and then you also have 200, actually 199.99. So once you do that, I think you're set on MRVL as well. Maybe one more level to the top side, just in case we do recover. 215.84 will be that level to have on there. So here's MU. I'll do levels on MU. I won't do levels on MUD, but MUD is an option for you to trade if you want to trade MU. It's a inverse ETF of MUD, 2 times leverage. Of MU, 2 times leverage, which can move very nice if MU is moving nice, like it did yesterday. 952.32 is the high, 923.55 is the low. And once you do that again, another one where you're surrounded by the highs and lows of the last two trading days. And it looks like over the last couple of week or two, we just kind of been stuck in this range, especially between 975 and what seems to be 900. So $75 range on MU over the last couple of weeks. Or we did go lower here. But we managed to quickly get back into the range and after 3 days of trading below that 900. So again, just kind of finding a sweet spot here on MU. All right, friends, that is my list. I like it. I'm not in love with it. Not going to marry it, but I like it. You know, we could date. We could date. Peter, what you got for us?
Yeah, J-Tone asked us to look at Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab's not doing that much of interest pre-market, but they did have an interesting announcement, in my opinion, that they got a new contract from the U.S. Air Force, a $266 million contract to launch 12 suborbital missions through 2028. And that real simple announcement to me, Carlos, has so many fascinating things in it, both statements and questions, right? Like, first off, the U.S. Air Force is issuing a contract to such a small, relatively small company, 2,600 employees with about $600 million worth of revenue. Secondly, what is the U.S. Air Force launching suborbitally that they need to do it 12 times? But even more fascinating to my mind is the fact that we've just, without really realizing it, SpaceX has forced the industry into rapid change, right? The Rocket Lab is easily committed to be able to launch 12 missions in the next 2 years and at a cost of $22 million per mission. We don't even know what the missions are, but the fact that you can do that cost effectively at a profit, presumably, for only, for $22 million and do it 12 times in only 2 years, that's pretty impressive. And that's not their only contract, right? They're launching all the time. So, we've really changed remember when, like, it was NASA that would do it. Governments would be the only ones to launch rockets, and every launch would cost hundreds of millions of dollars, not be repeatable, would take several years in the planning. Now, they're able to do this basically weekly, make launches every few weeks, and do it repeatably, and do it at a much lower cost. It just, if you really start thinking about it, this sector has evolved very rapidly, and we're sort of taking for granted the fact how fast space travel, or so the ability to get to space anyways, has progressed. Now, I don't know how much closer we are to actually living in space and some of the other things. I'm still very skeptical about space manufacturing and AI data centers in space and all that stuff. But we certainly are putting in place some of the supporting technology that's required to make that a reality. So, anyways, it's just it's interesting when you really start to think about it. So, Rocket Lab, interesting, good news for them for the new contract. But so when I really started to think about it, there's just so many sort of interesting elements to that contract announcement.
All right, there we go. Pretty cool site. A lot of cool stuff here. But yeah.
Now you're an airplane guy. But
Yeah.
It seems to me that should translate to rockets. Like, are you a rocket space guy or not? Is it just airplanes, eh?
I like it, but I'm not into as much as I like airplanes. Yeah.
Why is that? What's special about airplanes? What do you like about stuff that flies in air versus stuff that flies in space?
Incredible, man. Flying is there's nothing like it. I'm not talking about like flying on a commercial plane. I'm talking about like Cessna, 172, being in control, going down the Hudson River, landing in these little airports. It's awesome, man. Being up there is nothing like it.
And that's cooler than space, eh?
For me, it is. Yeah, space is like, okay, space, great. You're not in control. You go up, you look, okay, great, I'm floating, nice. But this, you're in control. You're making the decisions. You're doing the navigational plan. Oh, it's awesome, man. I got to get back into it. We used to do that a lot out of Lincoln Park here in New Jersey. But I got to get back into it. I got to get my PPL, and I got to just start doing it again, man. So, it's awesome, man. It's awesome. But yes, tornadoes. Yes, we did have it, Peter. I'm telling you, we're lucky to live in the place we live. We don't hear that alarm. It's the first time I heard the local alarm speakers warning of the storm incoming, shelter in place. I'm like, never heard that before. We heard the test before, actually, a couple of weeks before the tests were going on, and I never heard that. And it was thundering. I'm like, oh snap, this is the real deal. But so not close to me, but by Route 80, there was a tornado. A tornado came in, knocked down a couple of trees, but knocked some trees over some cars, and that's scary stuff, man. So I don't know how people live in areas where that's normal to them. Hearing those alarm goes off. So a tornado value, whatever, that's not
Tornado Alley.
Not for me.
Yeah, no, I understand. That's why I always say, look. People ask sometimes that when I used to work, especially in the Carolinas, people would say, "I don't understand. Why do you live in Canada with the snow and it's cold?" And I'm like, you know what? I understand that perspective, but at the same time, I can dress for any weather that this environment throws at me. I do not know how to dress for a tornado. If you can tell me how I can dress for a tornado to be safe, that's fine. It can get to -40. I can dress for that. I may not love it, but I can dress for it. Tornadoes are just another thing altogether, man. They're just too scary. So, in any event.
Yeah. Friends, we are set. We still got plenty of time left. 15 minutes and about 10 seconds here before the bell rings. So any questions you guys have, Peter and I would love to answer it. Peter, any rants, anything you have going on?
Try dressing for an earthquake. Earthquakes are also scary because there's nowhere to hide, right?
Like for that.
Everything is shaking. The whole, it's like
where are you going to go?
Tornadoes, you can hide underground and you'll be fine once it passes. You're not hiding underground in an earthquake. It's probably the
worst place.
Thing you could do.
Yeah,
Anyways,
absolutely.
Yeah, where do you go? Maybe, Carlos, that's when you get in your plane. You can hide in the air for an earthquake. So I guess you do something different.
By the time you get that thing up in the air, man, that'd be Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work.
Well, then you need your Joby drone, I guess.
And your Joby drone in the yard, ready to go,
yeah,
right?
just hover
Hover
5
over.
feet above the ground, so all the shaking can happen. You'll be safe. You just you just float there until it's all over. I don't know.
Wild.
Yeah. Anyways, we've got a couple things that I'm watching. Again, do I expect anything to move? I don't know. I don't see any great targets. I'm going to be watching. I'm going to be watching AT&T. I am going to be watching SMCI because they had that news. Again, been moving down all morning, SMCI, despite the good news, and they're still up. They're still up, 13% on the day compared to yesterday's close. So that's interesting. And probably, probably the earnings for tonight. Tesla and Google. Let's see what they do. Actually, you know what? I need to put Google back on my list here. I'll put Google up here. Okay. Yeah, and I think those are the key things on my list. Our mods are starting to get their list in the Bearable Trading chat room. And I know, Eamon's already got his list in. He's looking for longs on Apple, which we haven't really talked about. Apple came off the all-time highs from last week is when it hit the all-time highs. Monday, it sort of pushed lower, and then yesterday, made a little bit of a recovery after starting lower. So, Apple, anyways, maybe. And he says maybe Tesla. Anyway, so that's Eamon's list, Apple and Tesla. Mike is going to be watching Apple and Tesla as well, plus the futures. And Kyle has got Tesla, SMCI, and SpaceX on his list. So that's what they're watching. I don't see Andrew's list yet. He's not in. And, of course, Brian, Brian usually watches the usual stuff. He actually often surprisingly gets good trades on NVIDIA, where the rest of us are like, it's not so good. He takes these little moves, and, he's in and out quickly on these things, so he can take advantage of that. But, And then my list, like I mentioned, SMCI, AT&T. I'll keep an eye on Google and Tesla. And then I got some of the usuals, I think, in AMD, SpaceX, and that's about it. So,
there we go, friends.
That's enough to watch.
It is. Some questions here. Hi, Carlos. How will you keep doing day trading every day if your A+ setup, for example, loses every day because of the market conditions? I'm assuming you meant, but no mistake from your side. That's a great question because it happens with the 5-minute ORB. We go through stretches where the 5-minute ORB is just not the greatest. And the best way to get around is to have a second strategy. That's why I have the VWAP strategy, which kind of can help when one strategy is not in its most optimal market condition, right? So that's probably the best way around it, right? But you got to make sure you do the trade book for the second strategy, put the same amount of time in to learn the strategy, have a set trade book. But that's probably the only way. But you're right. There are certain strategies that do better when the market is trending, or when the market is doing something that is a positive to that strategy. So that does happen. The best way is to have a second strategy too, that you can look for. And that it doesn't like completely not work. It's what I find is that the opportunities are a lot less. We went through that 2 weeks ago, right? The opportunities were a lot less, and we're having a lot more no trades or things not. What we had a lot of was we got in, we got one partial, and then quickly back to break even. Right, like we're not getting that good 2, 3, 4 hours, right? So that tends to happen too, and it becomes harder because out of the 10 stocks you're watching, it's just a number. I know you're not watching 10 stocks, but out of the 10 stocks you go through, maybe 2 of them had a good 5-minute ORB, opposed to like 5, right? And that's a big difference because if you're watching 4, you have a better chance of having a stock that's going to trade well, it's going to continue. So, it's not easy. It does happen, but having a second strategy can help when you have that situation.
All right. I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back, Carlos. I want
to
be fully ready and focused for this market, so no excuses.
Absolutely, Peter. That sounds awesome.
Right back.
All right, Peter will be back. While he does that, I'm going to put my list together here, guys, and get ready for the market open. I am going to add the stuff I have on my list. So starting with SMCI. If you guys got any more questions, let me know. We still got 10 minutes here before the bell. AT&T. The charts will be blank as I write this over on my list. SpaceX, Tesla, MRVL, and then I have MU as well. You can also look at MUD for possible opportunities, lower price. That's the inverse though. Remember that's the inverse of what underlying ticker MU is doing. I believe 2-time leverage as well. And then nothing on the secondary. There's nothing on the secondary today. I don't see anything that can make that list right now. What's Andrew's list? We don't have it yet. It should be coming up here once he puts it. So as soon as he does that, we'll send it to you guys. Let me go in the chat. Yep, not yet. So Andrew's just getting set up. Well, when we have his list, we'll let you know. Cause I tell you why, because you're expecting trend in a range market take base a quick hit quick. Yeah, exactly. It's moment breakout trades that are momentum trades, breakout trades. They're tough during range markets, right? And when the market's in the range, you can clearly tell they're more difficult. I think you could still find them. You're just not going to get the big breakout where you get the 4 Rs. That's where you start making the real money, right? 2, 3, 4 Rs. You're not gonna get that, but they'll be there, and there'll be more B setups opposed to A+ setups, right? So PLTR, am I the one that thinks that PLTR is trading much different than usual? Let me see. PLTR. PLTR goes through these stretches where it's just it's a hit or miss. Like here, great stuff. We had probably like 2 trades or maybe 3 that were awesome during this time, right? And I think one of them was where it was a long, like I think it had gapped down. It was a short all pre-market, and then bell rings, and it was a long the entire day. We had a really nice trade on that one. And then lately it's been kind of flat. So let me just take a look how it's been on the intraday. Here's the 5-minute. Oh, yesterday was horrible. I don't think I had it on my list yesterday, but yesterday was really bad. Look at that. The entire day, just up and down choppiness. There's really nothing to see there. How about day before? A little bit better. Much better, actually. Day before, you had a nice little breakout here. Some choppiness in the morning. Then 11:30 looks like it starts trending nicely. So it has its days, has its moments. Yesterday was definitely not one of them. And today, you just don't know. You got a very little volume, too, 314. I'm going to put it on my secondary list just because I want to come back and see how that looks a little bit later, but not because it looks great. I just want to remind myself, go back and look at PLTR and see what is going on there, if anything. But yeah, it doesn't look great. PLTR. There we go. Also, eyes on POC level support. What's POC? What's POC?
Control? Could be point of control. Can Carlos hear me? Hello?
What you said?
Oh, point of control. Could be.
Oh, point of
It's
control.
one of the measures.
What is
If
that?
you use volume by price, then it's got a point of control setting that shows you basically where the maximum number of shares have been traded at what price they've been traded.
Okay,
So
okay.
I actually have that indicator on my charts.
Do you use it?
Not that actively. No, I have it on the charts, but I have to admit I don't really use it all that often.
Okay. Gotcha. All right, let's see here. Are you using Market Atlas only for level 2? Are you using Market Atlas? Are you only using Market Atlas only for level 2? So Sean, I mean, Market Atlas is level 2, right? I don't know what else you're gonna get from it, but it is basically level 2 in a different format. So that's all you're really using. If you're using Market Atlas, you are using it for level 2, but you're getting some extra features on it. You're getting the visualization. You're getting the history. Like here, I don't have history of what levels were active or we're getting a lot of volume. You're not gonna get that here. Market Atlas is gonna have that history, of where things took place, which I find it nice, and it's quicker and easier to read. If I look here, I mean, right, we've been looking at this thing for years, so now we can look at it. Yes, we can tell pretty quickly. But it's nicer and quicker with Market Atlas, right? I mean, Peter, if you didn't have Market Atlas, you could do this and you can manage, right? It's not an issue.
Yeah. Well, I mean, actually, there is data that you don't see on the level 2. Like I can see orders that are further out than the level 2 usually displays.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, easier too. You could do it in
yeah,
the level two, but then you got to change the settings and you got to scroll down. It's not an easy thing to do, you know.
yeah. Yeah,
Let
I
me get
find it
Peter
much
in here.
easier on the Atlas,
Yeah.
and
All right.
I at first I was like, I got level 2. What do I need it for? But once I got used to it, I realized how much easier it is to
Yeah.
sort of see those levels, especially if you want to sort of scroll in and out on it, than it is on the level 2. So, yeah, much prefer it now. It did take me probably a couple months, I would say, of using it to get used to it, especially being that, let's face it, I mean, I used level 2 for years, right? And still do, but not as actively now that I've got the Atlas.
Yep. Yep. Um,
How do you config it?
you can never see hidden orders, right? But yeah, go ahead, Peter. We got
There's I
videos.
mean, there's a whole bunch of videos on how to do it. I mean, I don't do anything special. I basically aggregate for, well, I mean, the aggregation changes as I scroll, right? So I use the scrolling to help with the level aggregation, because it changes it as I scroll in and out on things. And the colors, as to the color, the sensitivity, I use a 3.7 level. That's where mine sits at, and I have it updating at what the fastest every 100 milliseconds.
Yep.
So those are the only settings really that I pay attention to. But yeah, it's pretty easy. I just, because you can scroll in and out using the mouse, and I do that quite regularly, right? If you want to see stuff that's in close to the price versus stuff that's farther away. So, Carlos, we have just under 3 minutes now to the market open. I think
Yes,
I'm
sir.
definitely going to be watching. What do I want to watch at the open? I have SMCI up on my chart. I think I'm going to be watching that at the open. I'm also going to be watching Tesla, because Tesla I know can make moves at the open, and it's been sort of trending downward all morning here. We'll see if it makes a recovery, a pop higher, and then if I see a lot of weakness, there might be a short on Tesla, but we'll see. We'll see what it does, because Tesla does have a habit of popping higher at the open, right? It does like
Yep.
to do that, so you got to be careful with it. We'll
Question is, what is the difference between MUD and MUU? Actually, MUD is one-time leverage, right? So that's one big difference, right? It is a bear ETF one-time leverage, so that's good. And then the MUU, I believe, is a bullish ETF, two times leverage, right? So those are the big differences in those two. Okay. Both still using MU as their, whatever MU does, they're gonna react to it inversely if it's an inverse or whatever. So, but yeah.
All right, Andrew. By the way, it says that for this morning he's going to be watching SMCI, SpaceX, Tesla, Micron. We were just talking about, and Intel. Brian is going to be watching Micron, Tesla, and NVIDIA. He's also added AMD to his list. And Gary's come in with his list. He's going to be watching SMCI, PLTR, Micron, and SanDisk. I'm surprised that a number of them are going to be watching Micron. Not my favorite stock to trade, but I suppose you can trade the MUD or MUU derivatives or ETFs. So we'll if you're watching MU, you don't have to trade it directly. You can trade one of the others. But yeah, I think I'm going to watch Tesla and SMCI right at the open. Those are my two go-to targets, and we'll see what happens.
All right. Do it, friends. 30 seconds to the market open. Let's see where the action is. Take it easy, guys. No pressure, no rush. Wait for that setup. Let me get my
Here we go, Carlos.
my
Taking
Atlas
every
here.
trade. Trade like
let's
crazy
do it.
people.
I don't know about that, but yes. Let's be active.
Not like crazy people.
All right, let's see here. Here we go, friends. Let's do it. Oh, why is Tesla not doing anything? Wow, that was a very slow delay on Tesla.
Tesla popped up. What are you not seeing this?
No, like my charts, if you go back, it was like 30.06 before it started moving. Like it didn't move right at
Okay.
9:30 on the
Oh,
dot.
what the heck? What are we getting here? Pop higher, move lower.
Yes, Franks, get your affairs in order. Absolutely. Hope everybody got their affairs in order before the bell. Yes, yes, yes.
SMCI. It seems to has this uncanny
MRVL.
ability to go higher when I personally don't think it's warranted.
Have a great day, everyone. Yes, Candy, you as well.
Market is popping higher.
All right, 1 minute down. Many more to go. All right, let's see here. PLTR. Huh, PLTR is doing some stuff. Wow, PLTR, and also a lot of weakness on level 2 on PLTR as well. Towards 129, 128. I see a lot of orders on there.
Whoa! I am short Tesla. I'm going to take a
Nice,
partial
nice
way down
engulfing.
here. Whoa, that was a good move.
It's a
Let's see
nice
if we can
move.
keep going.
I like the engulfing on the 1 minute. See if we can really engulf here and get you down towards the 374. Will be awesome.
I'm adding aggressively into Tesla for a bigger drop.
All right, let's see
if it works. Oh no, no, it's coming back on me. Okay, and I got stopped out. Okay, so the ad didn't really work for me.
I'm gonna
Oh, I
close this
came
and
right
open
back
it
up to
again.
my original entry, anyways. So, all right.
I'm gonna
Well,
close this and open it again.
I got a couple of pennies on the Tesla short. You have a problem with your charts, Carlos?
They're not. I don't feel like they're loading fast enough. So I just closed them and open my platform again. Let's see if that. Full moon, are you having it? Yeah, I'm seeming to be having some lag. Like I don't think it's trading very weird. Let's check the connection.
Intel, AMD is pushing higher.
Network delay is good. Not sure what's going on. So it's not that.
Okay, look at Tesla. All right, so I tried adding.
Yeah. Some serious lag on TV. Is that Trading View? Because it could be the exchange. It doesn't have to be the platform. I don't think it's the platform. It could be the exchange. Remember, we're all getting the same data from the same vendor, right? The same market. People are selling us the data here. So it could be them. Because I'm looking at the platform connection is really good. We're like at 8, 825. So that's not a DAS issue. Might not be them. All right, let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. All right, SpaceX. Good volume. Trying to come back up here. Tesla now hanging out above the VWAP. MRVL on the go. MU doing some stuff.
Okay. All right. Well, AMD is moving higher. I know that Brian is trading AMD to the long side here in the chat room. So they're thinking it might. Andrew's got SMCI to the long side. I guess MCI, it doesn't make any sense. Anyways, doesn't matter if it makes any sense. Andrew got a loss, it looks like, an SMCI initially. He's gone back in again. He's looking for that rise. Apple is looking weak. Microsoft is looking weak too. Oh, look at AMD. Well, Andrew and Brian called it. They said AMD, they thought it was going to go green. They said that when it was at 538, 537, 538. Well, looks like they might be right.
Oh, baby. Ouch. This is why, friends. Careful with this low float garbage. Look at this. $7 in about 5 minutes, 260. So yeah,
Yeah.
this is not fun. Here opens
Yeah.
up again. It's probably gonna go down to 0. There's just no reason for them to have gone up to begin with. So there you go. Very, very careful.
Yikes.
All right,
Yikes.
let's see.
Look at SMCI. Oh my goodness. Well, how does
Yeah.
Andrew always? He is
He's
just
looking
not
at
afraid.
Atlas.
He's
Yeah.
not afraid of trading
No.
these ridiculous. I don't know. I find SMCI ridiculous, but as you guys know.
Yep. Andrew is in SMCI, friends. So he's long SMCI.
Yeah.
Atlas saying can go to 30. Market Atlas has that there. So let's see if it can get up there.
Yeah.
Trades great volume too, man. Really good volume.
It does.
Andrew likes those stocks with that type of volume.
Tesla. Tesla. Bigger picture, Tesla looks weak, but in the short term, there's a lot of orders up to 380. So you got to be careful in this range.
Okay.
Still sort of short bias on Tesla. SpaceX. What do you do in SpaceX? Oh, 120's got a lot of orders. Oh, SpaceX looks weak here.
Yeah, does look weak actually.
No, I think I missed the entry. No, I was too slow.
How's the Atlas look?
Pull
Does it
back.
look weak on there too? Let's look at
It
SpaceX on
does.
Atlas.
It
SpaceX.
I don't want to chase the entry though. I need like 50-cent better entry, I think. I don't want to go in here, but
Yeah, 2280 was the spot.
it does look
Right
weak.
at 22,
Yeah, exactly.
122.80. No, I closed my one share, man. I was not gonna hold that overnight. I made $1.70 because it went down to $4.
Okay.
So, yeah,
There
it
you
did go
go.
down to like $4, so I covered here, right in this area somewhere.
Ah,
So yeah, I made like $1.70 or something. It was just hilarious. Should have taken a screenshot to show you guys. That would have been funny.
yeah.
There it is. That's yesterday's action. We went short here, one share, and we cover on the drop somewhere here, like 4 something. It was hilarious. I almost forgot about it for a little bit. And I came back to check on things like, oh, I forgot to close this out. Oh my goodness. Hilarious. All right,
That was
SMCI did
interesting.
hit 30, guys. Getting the move in.
Look at that.
Beautiful, beautiful. There it is. 30 on SMCI.
SMCI, man. It makes no sense. I don't. Anyways. Doesn't have to make sense. Just
It-
has to make money.
That's it.
Oh, look at that. AMD went green. So there you go. Brian got a good trade on AMD. Andrew's getting partials now on SMCI. So they're trading well. They're getting their, making some money. I still, Carlos, haven't, like, that's not my strategy, but, yeah. AMD did look like it was going to go long. I got to learn to trust those. But it's so hard. I find it so hard to trust.
Yeah.
I've been hurt in
Here's
the past, Carlos.
I actually feel like I have some soft music here. Some violin music. Do I have anything?
I appreciate that.
Oh.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Here's screenshots from Andrew's trade today in on SMCI long for the 1 minute ORB. Beautiful setup there. Doesn't work out. Stops him out. Setup comes back in above the VWAP. Adds slowly as more confirmation comes in that we are going to break the 1 minute ORB. Back in and then partial here. So, but how's he making this decision? Is the question you might be asking. Market Atlas, guys. I got to tell you, this helps. You can see where the orders are happening. Look at how bullish this looks. You do have some stuff to the downside, but it looks very, very bullish.
Darn it.
As well there. So as it keeps going higher, I think he sent me another screenshot. Here's another one now, as well. Before he took the partial, here's what he's looking at, 30. I did mention that to you guys as well. Market Atlas was showing 30 with some big demands and there he is doing his thing. So
Oh.
good stuff.
Carlos, our SpaceX trade, it did
Did
break
they
down
work?
through 122,
Oh,
so he could have got the dollar on
yes.
it. We just
Yeah.
missed the entry. Like and
Yeah, we
and
missed entry. Yeah. Yeah.
that the wrist. By the time I saw it, it already moved lower. But yeah, I like that for a short play. So hey, look, we had the right call. We just didn't get the wrist reward. And you and I both, I guess we both agreed, didn't we? Because neither one of us took it. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm feeling okay
And
about that one. Little
yeah,
regret, but you know that's what
a
happens.
great 5 minute ORB breakdown. Here's your 5 minute range. Here's the entry we wanted. We wanted is 122.80. By the time we were thinking of jumping in, it was like 122.40 already. So it's just not ideal getting in here. It's a big difference, risk to reward. That 50 cents makes a big difference, right? So there it is. It did work.
Wow. Look at this.
Uh,
Look at this market, though. Look at either the Qs or the SPY. The SPY maybe is but it's just we're clearly
yes.
not. We haven't not picked a strong direction. We went higher
Mm-hmm.
at the open, but not for long and not for much.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it's so be careful what you're trading. It doesn't look like we've got a very strong market to
Yeah.
support big moves.
Definitely does not. What do we got? What do we got? We got Andrew adding to his trade. So Andrew's adding to SMCI, friends. Here's what our chat room looks like. You guys want to take an inside look? Here is SMCI. Andrew's adding in and taking the breakout. Look at this. Who's this? Robert. Okay. Let's take a look at what Robert did. Robert Payout. Congratulations, Robert. Trading terminal funded program. Trading program.
There you go.
7,025. Payout July 16th. So good congratulations, Robert. Good for you. Excellent stuff, guys. Check out trainterminal.com if you want to know more about the training program and the funded account. So awesome stuff. All right, let's see what else we got. How is Tesla and Atlas? We'll show you. We will show you. SPY is nasty. Just looking at it now, it's not really looking great. I'm gonna fix the setting on that in a second. Hold on, guys. Tesla, the cutoff should be right over here. Here we go. So here's Tesla. Not a whole lot of orders. Looks more bearish. To me, it looks more bearish. How is it trading on the charts? How does it look? Wow, it looks nasty. No wonder. There's no defining direction on it. So right now, Mo is Tesla looks, there's no heavy orders to either side, up or down. It looks a little bit more bullish, right? If you look at how large the bars are here compared to the downside, but not by much. Not to say, hey, this is a long for sure. It definitely doesn't look like that. All right,
I have some.
SMCI. Wow.
I have some regret here, Carlos, on AMD because I saw
Okay.
the long trade. I heard Brian call it in the chat room. Again, it's just not. It wasn't my. It wasn't my trade setup necessarily, but it's give a strong 1 minute candle. He had faith in it, and look at that. He's got a $10 move on it now. $10 move. So
Very nice.
that's
very, very nice.
yeah. And I'm just watching. I. Anyways.
Canta y no llores, my friend. Yes.
I realized I can't sing any of the words. I can sing sounds that might sound like the words, but I don't actually know the words. Ugh, look at AMD. So lovely.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Okay,
Let's see
well,
here. What else? What else?
SpaceX would have worked in the short term. It's bouncing back now, so it's a good indication why you don't want to go chasing that trade. If we had chased it, we might have got a move, but it wouldn't have been a big one, and then it would have come right back up to our break even, and then you got to make a tough call, right? Do you get out at break even, or do you hang on to it and risk a loss? So yeah, I don't feel bad about not chasing that, but do wish I'd seen it a little earlier. What can you do?
Hmm. All right, all right. Wow, guys, no trade for me. What's going on? Wow, SMCI, friends, for the win today. For the win. SMCI doing its thing. Very, very nice. Here is Andrew's trading right now, guys. So let's go live there. I want to show you guys what's taking place. There it is. Andrew, limit order 31, 2,000 shares. And look at that. The Atlas is just all bullish, bullish, bullish. So it should hit that 31 with no problem. Look at the 5. Look how beautiful this looks. 5-minute chart here. Just nice. And you can see a little bit of the live action this morning on the chat, friends. So head over to bevertraders.com. You can check out the membership options if you would like to join. Where's something here? Yeah, so here it is, Andrew calling it out. Let's listen in. See if I can listen in. Andrew and what the boys are doing. There it is, 2,000 shares. Let's see if we get Phil. Love to get him get that Phil there.
Yeah.
Tesla's gone green on the day.
It's still green, oh, nice.
Yeah.
So I have some order at 31, 2,000 shares to sell.
I'm going to put mine in at 30.99. I'm going to front run you.
Also, so Brian is in too. I really feel left out. Very nice. All right, here it is. Let's see the fill on SMCI. Did you guys take it too? Hopefully you guys took it.
99, huh?
If AMD goes red, I'm going to bail on the rest, probably.
Yeah, we have the orders at 32 as well. So I don't know if we get to 32, but so far it's been an amazing move. Really like it.
Incredible move there. All right, we'll check in a little bit later. See, SMCI giving them a little bit of a hard time. I think he'll get it. I think he wants it. It's just way too many orders at 31 to not go and get those orders. All right, so a lot of people took the SMCI as well. Infinity Trinity says yes. Daniel says yes. HWBP says yes on SpaceX. I'm sorry, on SMCI. So good job, guys. Peter, SpaceX, although we missed it, was not we would probably got like 1 or 2 partials at 1.5R maybe.
Yeah,
but it wasn't
one
like
partial.
Yeah. Wasn't
No,
big
it wasn't
big
that
drop. So
yeah.
I don't feel too bad. So SpaceX at VWAP, yeah, I'm looking at that. And last time we had that, remember guys, well, SpaceX ran down a little bit more, came back up with momentum and gave us a beautiful long yesterday. We didn't take it, we took the short, not the long. But yeah, we're bought at VWAP. Couple of things I don't like here is the previous day close right here. And I don't know if there's enough like momentum for this. Let's see what Atlas looks like as well. Let's get more signals here. See if there's anything there that looks good. So let's go to SpaceX quickly. It doesn't look that bullish, man. I'm not getting the warm and fuzzy here. on SpaceX. It actually looks more bearish than anything. Yeah, I don't like the long. I don't like the long here. So we'll see. Might end up working out. Might actually break the previous day close. Nothing is certain, but the data I have right now to make a decision, it doesn't seem to be in my favor. So we'll leave it alone. Let's see what it does here if it gets to the previous day close. If it actually breaks out and can hit some of the pre-market highs that it had. 5 minute looks a little bit better. On a kind of a V reversal. The 1 minute looks a lot more messy, a lot more noisy. So Tesla, not great. MRVL, MU, SMCI got the fill. Very, very nice. Very nice.
Wow.
Excellent.
Look at SMCI.
Look at it go. So Andrew got his fill at 31. Brian got his fill as well. Yeah, DSM 201. There are no orders on SpaceX to the upside, so I'm not interested in taking this long. Even if it works out, it's just not. I'm not seeing a great demand to take that trade. So we'll see. It is working right now. Let's see if we can get to the previous day close and what it does there. Look at Tesla engulfing on the 5 and back below the previous day close. AT&T, nothing. Man, everybody's trading SMCI. Yeah, it was a beautiful 5 minute RB on SMCI. Yep, I see it. Sergio Santos. Yeah, it was awesome. Did you take it? Hopefully you took it. Because if you look at the range, you look at the beautiful pullback, continuation. It opens up, pulls back, slants back up. That's what you want to see. And the Atlas was all in your favor. Like Andrew sent me screenshots here, and you can see how. Let's look at prior of him taking the trade, because I don't have that screenshot, but prior to getting to 31, you can see. Here we go. Before he took a partial, you can see how much is up here. Right, so he's looking at that. He's in this. The first one didn't work out. Second time, it sets up nicely. Still looks very, very bullish. So that's what made the decision for him to get in, reaching for that 30. He's seen the same thing on 31, so that's why he has his limit order at 31. And look at that. It went right to it. And how nice that has been. So, oh yeah, he still is in SMCI. Absolutely. He is definitely still in SMCI. He actually earlier around 940, he added 945, I think. He actually added to SMCI because it was still looking very bullish. Right? So
Microsoft has really had a down day here this morning. Went red right at the opening candle, and then just sort of continued its way down. I mean, not super dramatic, but consistent.
No, $8 is dramatic for us day traders. For the stock, no, I agree. For the stock, that's nothing for Microsoft. Down 1.6. I mean, that's nothing. But man, it's a decent drop here, man. $8 from the open looks like. We're just used to not seeing Microsoft move like this. Things have changed. Obviously, these tech companies move a lot now. But you would never thought Microsoft up and down 3%. Like it's nothing, right? That was not a thing back in 2017 and those times, right? It was a very stable stock. Now, everything moves. MRVL trying to go green. NVDA at the previous day close. Let me take a look. Yes. Broke out nicely here out of the previous day close. All right, let's see. I always watch Atlas. Yeah. Well, you might not see it, but it's always on my side corner, on my side monitor. Yep. So it's not on this screen here, but no, it's always on. Definitely always on. Is Andrew still in SMCI? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He partially at 31.15 last time we went up there. But yeah, he's still in it. He's gonna ride this out until gives him a good reason to not be in it. So right now there's no reason for him not to be in this trade. I mean, it's trending nicely. He's holding on to 9 moving averages in the 1 minute. The 5 minute is just making. It's not a red candle in the 5 minute yet. Not one. I'll show you here. Right. This. Look at the 60 minute, of course, but the 5 minute has all been green. Maybe this will be the first red candle. We'll see. But it's all green. 31.48 is the level we have up here, so let's see what it does. But yes, no reason to jump out yet. Peter, you're on mute?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you listened when like, oh, I'm sure Peter's not on mute. Okay, good.
No.
SPY going green. Okay, we're getting some movement. Let's go. SPY's going green. SpaceX, I mean, it moved higher, but man, that is not pretty at all. Maybe now that the SPY's going green, maybe we can shake things up a little bit. What is the madness of this low flow doing? SCP, what is it? CPHI. What do we got going on here? Oh boy, down 74% today. I mean, that's where they came from, right? They're back down to where they came from. The China Pharma Company. If they would have came to, if I was, in marketing here, and they would have came asking, "Hey, what's going on with your stock?" I'm like, I'm not sure, but we have been working on all these new developments that are coming out. Like I would have not said we haven't done anything. We don't know. I would have came up with some BS to keep the stock higher as much as possible. Like, yeah, we're working on this and that, some new technology coming out. Maybe that got leaked. I would have came up with something. At least ride this thing for a couple of days and then do a reverse split or something, or an offering. So, oh man, that is funny. Right before the market opened, everybody just bailed down to $2. Juan, 100%. 100%. Andrew's watch list is legit. Watch list is a very important part of your trading. If you're watching the wrong stocks, your chances to get great opportunities are going to drop, right? And Andrew, Brian, Kyle, Mike, these guys are excellent at doing that. So definitely check out the chat room. They do this every single day. You see everybody's trades, you see everybody's entries. All right. Andrew's still in SMCI. Very good. Very good. Looking good there. 38.48 is the next level I have on SMCI. So let's see if that gets there.
SMCI, what a move again! It doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense, but hey, man, it's rocking. It's rocking. You know it's rocking. Yes, people might look at SMCI, man. This company's willing to do that. You know, they're willing to do whatever for your business, right? Maybe they see that's a plus. Man, these guys are willing to break the rules to get the product shipped. I want them in my corner. Doesn't get you in trouble. You know, you're just using their services. They're just making it happen any way possible. Not your fault if they're breaking the rules, as long as you, as one of their buyers, gets your stuff, the stuff you need, on time. Morally might not be correct, but, you know, in the corporate world, the morals are very flexible. Unfortunately. All right, friends. Let's see what we have here. Oh, one more partial on Andrew and SMCI on that last trade there. So that's good. MU trying to go green, trying to stay green. Did go green, but trying to stay green. MRVO coming back. So, wow, friends, no trades for me yet. That is what it is. But nothing. A PLTR. I'm gonna see there, and I just don't see anything that looks great, guys. Let me know if you guys see any tickers near the VWAP. That's my next thing I'll be looking for. Anything near the VWAP with a possible breakout, I'll take a look at. Look at Intel. You see how long it's taken to load this chart on Intel? I have one candle, like if it's just IPOing or something. That's not normal. Let's go back to it again. Why is it doing that? That is so weird, man. Yeah, cannot tell you why it's doing that. Trying to see. Yeah, no, can't figure it out. Let me actually, I'm gonna exit and open it up again. Oh, never mind. There it is. It came. But it's just been so weird, man. You have the same problem on different platform? Yeah, so something's funky today. Not on everything, though. Everything's been pretty good, but that was a little weird. Couldn't get all of my candles here. Friends, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Really appreciate it. Make sure you hit that thumbs up. Subscribe if you're new. We'd love to have you come back and watch this trade live here. Give you some companionship throughout the trading morning. So, yeah, definitely come back. And we do have a giveaway today. We can give away one monthly elite membership. If we get to 500 likes, we'll definitely give that out to anyone here that wins. So definitely hit that. So you got 215 likes. I hit the like myself already, so we're good there.
SpaceX gone green again. Oh, Carlos, what?
Yeah, it's just, but it was not great though. It was not. I mean, I see it going green, but yeah, it was like, I don't know. This was a tough trade for me. It didn't look as good for a possible trade. I think it's going green more because of the market. I think it's just didn't really have the juice, like a Intel. I'm sorry, like SMCI did here. Just trading very well. Intel this morning, INTC. Yeah, INTC broke out. Did actually trade pretty nice as well. Every time I don't watch it, if I'm not watching Intel, you guys can watch it. It's gonna have a great day. If I put it on my list and I watch it, you know that's not the day to watch Intel. All right, you just that's your indicator. If it's on my list, say not today. And
we got the Carlos indicator now. We can put
I'm telling you right now. And if it's a stock that you love to trade and do very well with, if I put it on my list, just beg me to take it off so you can have a great day. Just like Carlos, just take it off your list.
This Andrew trade on SMCI, man, it's impressive.
Awesome. It is really, really nice.
I can't get past my aversion to SMCI. Well, okay. Well,
Yeah, it's really, really nice.
AMD made a great move higher too. So there's two good trades. Meanwhile, what did I try to do? Short Tesla, and clearly that didn't work out. So, I
And
mean,
it's still,
I made a couple of bucks, but it,
yeah,
wasn't.
yeah, it came
Didn't
back quick.
came
So
back quick.
here's Andrew's trade, right? So he's still in it, taking a couple of partials already. There's his
Yeah.
P&L. Did very well. 20, I think, unrealized, and another 4 left at the moment. But yeah, still looking bullish, man. 32, still tons of orders, getting less than what it was earlier. Earlier, if you look at Andrew's screenshots, is massive orders, but now it's starting to, balance out a little bit more. Especially around this 32 level we're seeing here. So let's see what happens. And now starting to see more orders on the downside. So you might be getting a little bit toppy, maybe, but still, we'll see what that 32 does if we can get up there. So someone asked earlier, what is the difference with Market Atlas? This right here. This history, how quickly we could use, the visualization, the numbers, how quickly we can just identify something and make a decision. Hey, this looks more bullish than bearish. This is much easier to do than to watch this this right here, right? See how much easier. And you don't have the history either. You don't have this nice history as well.
You got Andrew's P&L there, and he's actively sharing it. We can't ignore the fact that on his longer term trades, he's $120,000 to the green on his Microsoft options. And he's $1.4 million sitting on unrealized gains on the VOO. So
that's nice.
It's just some casual numbers he's got
There's
floating
some casual
around there,
numbers there for you, just in case.
Just in case you're wondering, what he's trading and how real it is. That's Andrew, man. That's just
absolutely. Got some people using trading terminal. It's a nice setup. How do you get 4 screens like that? Oh, these are screenshots, right? I think that must be screenshots I put together. Yeah, took Tesla long here. Very nice. Who was that? That in the chat room is Eddie Would Go. Okay, so Eddie Would Go.
SpaceX is pulling back now. It's back at VWAP.
SpaceX. Oh, Tesla at VWAP too.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Let's see if Tesla can be our first trade today. Let's see if it can pull back here. I'm hoping that it doesn't just continue to run. If you look at Market Atlas on it, looks great to 377. So it does look definitely more bearish at the moment. But we need some kind of pullback here, Tesla, to do our setup. So let's see what it does. See if it can give us a VWAP breakout entry. AMD at VWAP 2. Let's take a look. SMCI,
VWAP.
Oh yeah, bounced off here. Yeah, SMCI does look a little bit extended and exhausted, right? So a lot of shares being traded there. It is up 23% as well. That's just a lot happening. So you can see the moving average the 9 kind of curving a little bit. I wouldn't worry too much though. Until if you're long, yeah, go ahead, Peter.
Yeah. There's a lot of orders everywhere on SMCI. Like if you look at the Atlas, just keep zooming out.
More balance.
You'll see more and more orders sort of come in. So yeah, it's it's pretty big.
Yeah, it's getting more balanced. Like earlier, there was a lot of orders on both sides, but a lot were more defined to the top side. Now, oh man, it's just straight down. No chance to get in on Tesla, guys. Yeah.
No, it came through the 177. It didn't give a pullback. It Yeah, that would have been the tough one all the way through because I mean, this is like the fourth time it's come back and retested the previous day
Mm,
close. This time it just happened to smash through. So it can, anyway, it looks good on the chart, but just look back, look at the other three times that it tried and then
yeah,
pushed back higher. So
yeah,
hard
and
to,
that hard to trade. And I would have not
yeah,
traded it here because I don't have a previous day close strategy. I was looking for this
yeah.
one here, the pull, the breakthrough, the pullback, and then here the continuation. It's just going right through. It might do it here, but this is just the risk to reward here is just not gonna work, you know, because
Right.
you're risking this much to try to get what this much low of the day. You know, and that's like
Mhm.
1 to 1.5. That's not gonna do it. You know,
It's not gonna cut it.
not gonna cut it. The math ain't mathing. Mm-mm-mm. Wow, turned out to be a pretty tough day. If you look at all the stuff I'm watching, SMCI was the best thing, right? Everything else, AT&T, SpaceX, was tough. Tesla, pretty crappy actually all day. I know it's trending higher, but every candle is just pretty much overlapping the previous candle. Like that's very tough to trade. Now it's looking much better. So hopefully some good trading opportunities here. Um, Everything else not great. Iron was nice too. Let's take a look at Iron right here. Yeah, this was good actually. Look at that. Nice trade to the upside. $43. 43.51. This has been trading nice over the last couple of days. Monday did good. Yesterday was kind of like an even day. Today is continuing on its trend. If you look at the daily, today is continuing on that. Sweet.
I'm in short NVIDIA and SPY. If it goes up, bye bye. I
What
hope you
was it
just
again?
mean, just looking at the comment there that American Gorib saying, I'm in short NVIDIA and SPY. If it goes up, bye bye. I hope that just means bye bye. You're going to exit the trade and not bye bye to your account.
Yeah, so let's be clear. No bye bye to accounts, please.
Uh,
No, no, no.
SpaceX back below VWAP, pushing down to the low of day, it looks like. As this market is pulling back a little bit.
Yeah. I'm not getting no good setups for VWAPs. Like look at this here. It will go straight down. It's just like no pullback. Right? No pullback to get our pullback, then our confirmation candle. It's just straight down. Let's see what it does at the low of the day. See what it does here. I think it wants to break. I think it wants to go down to 120. I think that's my thoughts.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, green is green, Chris MC. Green is green. Especially on tough days like this one. it goes. You know, we see this a lot. We see this like this hits the VWAP, pulls back, and then breaks down. Not always, but we see this a lot. I wonder if this can be something where it can be a VWAP breakout on the other side where we take it here when it breaks the VWAP. This is another thing I gotta like start looking at a little bit more. See how many times this happens where we hit the VWAP, we get the pullback, then when we break through, we actually break through. Because then this can be an entry. This can be like a pre-VWAP break. I don't know, a different type of VWAP breakout where the actual pullback is happening above the VWAP. So let me see. So that's that one. How did Tesla do it? Tesla went right through. So can't look at Tesla. Let me know if you guys see another one like that. Because I feel like we see that more often than I am noticing is happening. Like actually paying attention to where we can actually maybe take a trade there, not wait for the actual pullback again and then a confirmation again, right? I don't know. Am I bugging? Am I trying to do too much to try to get a trade in here? Maybe, but I don't know. Oh boy. AMD's doing a retest. Let's take a look. Of the previous day close, kinda. Yeah. Mm-hmm. PLTR heading lower. AT&T didn't do much for today. There it is. SMCI is throwing in the towel. 31.848. We had this level here on the daily. 31.48 came in and acted as the next resistance area, and now definitely moving averages are crossing. So again, might be a little tough to continue to go higher. 31.48. We got this from this daily level here, right? That's the next day level. You can see how many touches we have here, here, here. Right, if you go back a little more, you got a couple areas as well. So yeah, 31.48 proving to be an issue for SMCI. So that's what these daily levels are important, right? You tie these daily levels up with the level 2, and then you decide, you know, where you can put some of your partialing, some of your strategies, maybe some reversal strategies, right? Can be coming up on SMCI. Who knows? Yeah. But it's good to have these guides, right? As far as levels. Ben, you just scalped SMCI to the downside. Nice. You got what, 38 cents or so? If you're still in it, you might get more. The SMCI doesn't move a lot, so 30 plus cents, 50 cents is actually quite a bit on SMCI because it doesn't move much. It's not one of these tickers where you're going to get like a, you know, $5 move, right? So far this morning, what do we have? Opened up, let's say 22.20. And then went as high as 31. So yeah, you got about maybe a good $2.50 there. So not bad. Not bad. Let's see what SMCI does here. I took SMCI at the open. It reported great earnings, was an easy winner for a change. Nice, Frank. Nice. Glad that it worked out. And more than that, it's also the, you know, some of the good positive headlines that have come out of, you know, their current vendors not making any changes and stuff like that. So that's good. What is this? All right, let's see what SMCI trying to bounce. Get back to the high. PLTR making a new low, guys. PLTR is feeling the pressure today, down 4.2. Making a new low now. 127.07. Feeling the pressure. MU high of day. Yeah, you got a lot. You got high of day. You got previous day close. Breakout on MU. So a few things taking place there. All right, let's take a look at how the chat did today. Let's see. So we got some trades here. All right, let's take a look here, guys. All right, so let's go to the chat room trades moderators. John took high of day at AMD. Took some off, then out of break even. So nice trade there. SMCI, so Kyle, and I'm sure many people in the chat room took SMCI with Andrew. So went long here, 5-minute RB. I think this is the window he has, that 5-minute RB range. Helps him identify it easier, I believe. And then parceling into strength, as you guys know, SMCI just took off, never looked back. As MU right now, guys, taking off too. If you look at MU, taking off here, making a new high, getting into the green a little bit nicer. So good stuff from Kyle there. Next we have Mike. So Mike trading MES, went long here on the breakout, parceling into strength. So good stuff. He'll be on in just a second here. So he'll talk to us about that trade, some of the things he liked about it. Milad took a NVDA. This is a 5-minute chart, so he went in on the breakout here and then parceling into strength on NVIDIA. So good stuff there for one of our community members. Aria back in action again today. MU went long, partial, long here, and took another partial, and then eventually stopped out here at a break even, at her new break even. And here's Tom H. Lakers colors. We have a long on the 1 minute, partial, stopped out. His setups comes up again, goes back in, and this time gets rewarded nicely on SMCI. So again, more trades in SMCI, guys. Was the big winner today. Salim on AMD took it long here for the high of day breakout, I want to say, and then here parceling into strength as it moves higher. So very good stuff. Eddie would go. I showed this earlier. Eddie would go trading terminal, and he is taking Tesla long at it and then parceling into strength. Yes, it made a new high of the day. Chip M is core weave, went long, partial, added, partial. I want to say partial, added again, partial. So he's got his flow here. He has his areas where he wants to add, where he wants to partial, and he is just playing this very, very nicely. Last add here, he doesn't get to move higher, so he's out at break even. What a wonderful trade, man. It's core weave for the win. Michelangelo took SNDK, and I can't see what the trades are, what the triangles are, but I'm assuming he went long somewhere in here based on this and took off plenty in this candle here. So wherever his entry was here, he did very, very well if he was able to hold on to this candle. It's a very good move on SNDK. So good stuff, Michelangelo. And that finishes up the list. Great stuff. Thank you, John, for always putting that together.
Yep. Good stuff. Good trades. I wonder if we should be putting in some of the, maybe the not so good trades. People like to share their good trades, but they never, they rarely share the not so good ones.
Yep. John throws in there his not so good trades. I've seen him throw in there some of the stuff where, he'll get stopped out on. But yeah, people tend not to share the not so great trades, but that's the ones that you learn from the most. Yep. If you need bad trades, I'm not running out of examples. Oh, Pat, hopefully it's not for long. Hopefully the market changes and you're able to get some good trades. I mean, we're all going to have bad trades. You're always going to have them. But we just hope the good ones outweigh the bad. SpaceX is back up to VWAP. Let's see if we can get the move. Someone called out Dell, and did it actually do something? That's good. Yeah, Dell's having a great day, up 10%. That is not bad at all. I made money on SpaceX yesterday. Not so sure about today's action. Yeah, today's not great, man. Yesterday was nice. We took a short. Today's it's a little bit funky. Even coming up to the VWAP here, I'm just not convinced on the movements. Now things could change. It is looking a lot better. It's looking better than it did here, right? Here's very choppy. Every candle overlapping the previous one. Even though you do get the breakout, it just doesn't look as clean. Now it's kind of changed a little bit. It's kind of looking a little more defined, and you can see some of the candles trading a little bit better, less overlapping and engulfing candles. Here's another example. Let's see how this does, right? So here's another example where we come to the VWAP, pull back off the VWAP, and then you got the breakout candle. So another example we were talking about earlier, man, is this an opportunity for an entry? It did it here, pushed up off, pull back, and then the next candle here. Just kind of like right when you get your confirmation, just kind of flushes. So let's see what it does here. Let's see if it does it the other way. Right, entry here. I think this is the way Andrew trades. Andrew trades, his entries at VWAP are usually right on it. So see what it does. This one would have worked, no question. You're going to get like 2 Rs. This would have been a winner, right? So this would have been a winner here. I mean, you got to 121.70, 75. Let's see about this one here. Apple was a great trade as a short. We didn't have Apple on the list today. Oh, wow. Yeah, it did trade very well. A little bit crazy at the open, but then it settles down nicely. And look at that, just kind of doing those down, holds down to the 9 and just keeps going. So, yeah, not bad. Not bad today for a short. All right, so that failed on SpaceX. Worked here, not here. So, not great. Oh man, that's good. How often do we have boot camp? Where are they located? Is it 4 times? 3 times a year, Peter, right? We do winter, summer, and fall.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah. So 3 times a year.
Three times. Yep. There's January, starts in January, May, and September usually. So
this one's just finishing up, or we're getting to wrap up. Next week is our last week of this current boot camp. And we start again in September. So if you want to join, you want to make the September one, there's still plenty of time to join September. You can come in, start heading to the preparation meetings. So when it starts, you hit the ground running. And if you need more time, you can sign up now for the winter one, and you can learn a ton. So by the time you hit the boot camp, you're up and running nicely. Tommy, keep it green as well. DJ 5704. I was short on Apple and still lost. How is that possible, Rhinos? How did you lose on Apple? Did you get out too early? Did it get you on the pullback? Because man, it's a beautiful short. But the morning part was rough. Like this is not easy, especially if you got in here. Look at this aggressive pullback going green. Right, that could stop anybody out. So yeah, if you're not catching the ride down past 945, this area was pretty rough. So.
wow. All right, so we got an hour in.
Yep. hour in. I came in very excited. I think we're going to see some fireworks, man. And I don't know, man. I kind of got left hanging a little bit here. Had a great day yesterday. Didn't quite continue into today on the stocks I was watching. I got in after open. It went straight up when I got short. Oh, okay, yeah. That's what I figured. Those early candles are not easy on Apple. Those are not easy to trade there. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good, my
I
friend.
just turned my volume up, so don't adjust yet.
Okay.
So there we go. I got the volume all up. I'm here. I just
There you
got
go.
stopped break even. Did not get 750 on the SPY. I was hoping for 750 on the
No,
SPY.
you did not.
So I got 749.38, but I got a couple good partials on the MES. So that's the day that we
Good.
had today.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad.
So took advantage of what it gave me, and now we're gonna see what we do here at VWAP. Really, right? The SPY is below VWAP, but it found some support at the pre-market high. So I'm wondering if this is a pullback and we're gonna push back up to 750, or if we're gonna continue lower. I'm not quite sure yet. So
Apple
that
had a good run
is the
down.
thing, but
Why did I miss that?
which one, Peter?
Apple. How did I miss Apple? Look at that.
Oh.
Retest under VWAP. How did I miss that?
I actually got into the futures early, so I didn't really pay attention to too many stocks today. I was really just watching the SPY and the MES as we went, because we had this very nice kind of liquidation here. It's here, right here around 850, 855. We spiked down and popped right back up, and then you can see that's where the rally started. I was kind of looking at the open. I was kind of hoping we would come down and test 7520, test the VWAP some more, and then get a nice push up. But I mean, it did not want to lose the pre-market high once it got above. So that's why I ended up getting in. And then each one of these partials that I took off were at 748 on the SPY, 749, and then I was looking for 750 as a target. So, but hey, that's what we got. So, and SMCI, that seemed to be the ticker that everybody in the chat room was trading today. That was a good one everybody liked. Peter left us. I like his face. Or was it me that left? I don't know. Peter's gone. Am I gone? Hey, Chris MC, can you hear me? Or is it me that dropped? Ooh, there we go. Can you hear me, Peter?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. I saw you close the camera and I was worried that I dropped it.
No. No.
So
I might be only 55,
awesome.
but apparently my bladder is 80, so
Did you go out drinking heavy last night? Is that
No.
why?
No, I went for a run this morning, and when I go for a run, I end up having to I end up drinking too much water, and then I have to get rid of it.
I understand that. Yeah, so we are these these two black lines that you can see here on the MES, I mean, they'll coincide with the SPY as well. This is kind of our range. We dipped below it and then we ran to the top side of it. We tried to hold above it, right? But now we're back in it. So hard to take a short though here, unless we get another pullback up to this area where you can get a decent risk to reward. Right now you're almost in the middle of the range. I hate trading in middle of ranges, so that's where I'm at right now.
Microsoft and Apple. What the heck? What, I thought I was right here the whole time. How do I keep missing these things? Anyways, all right. SMCI hit a high to.
Microsoft might be a good setup for a bounce, Peter.
Yeah. Microsoft, the problem I have with it rarely gets the right volume at the low. Like it doesn't signal the same way some other stocks do when it hits a low and get some good volume.
Yeah.
But anyways,
This one,
SMCI still Andrew's still long SMCI here.
Google, AMD, NVIDIA kind of bounced here and made a nice run. Be interesting if we can get above 207 again on NVIDIA, see what we get out of that. Yeah. MES is flirting here at the pre-market high. This could be an area where you could try to take a bounce if we get us kind of a thrust up, but risk to reward would be hard on it.
You're talking Microsoft still?
Oh no, MES.
Oh, the MES.
Microsoft though, I don't mind if you put, I mean, if I look at the 60-minute, right? This is it's the area that Microsoft has really tested over the entire week, right? And it's where it rallied before, and then we just sold off of it. So, I mean, you could. This could be a bounce area, especially if the SPY gets running up again. So, we'll see.
The Apple looks like it's bottomed here. What does the Atlas look like on Apple? Where's Apple? Here it is.
Yeah, Apple kind of is the same thing.
See, the problem with the
Apple's bottomed at its daily expected move to the downside, so this could be where it decides it wants to recover from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you got some volume on this one. On the 5-minute at least. 5-minute had a nice reversal candle for you.
Yep.
So Apple doing things. Amazon seems to be down there too. Man, so interesting. Mag 7's all down, except for AMD and NVIDIA, and the market's really up. So a lot of things going against. I'm used to Apple going against the SPY. I mean, that's like a daily occurrence.
Yeah, it's amazing, how consistent Apple has been in just doing the opposite of whatever the SPY is doing. I mean, not the direct opposite, but it's generally, like I keep saying, it zigs when the market zags. It just seems to just be defiant.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not sure why that is. What's driving that, but it is very defiant. Is actually the best word. All right, so Apple hit the 325. Let's see if it's got more in it.
So, question, what helps you identify choppy price action on the futures in advance? I wish I could identify choppy ahead of time.
Yeah.
You can't. The unfortunate answer is you can never tell if a market is going to be choppy or not ahead of time. What you can do, right, is you can, let me pull up the 5-minute on the MES again. What you can do though is you can identify ranges, right? Key levels. So this 75.11 and this 75.45 are key ranges off of yesterday, right? So this is kind of the highs of the overnight session. It's also right around the low of yesterday's overnight session as well. And then this 754 and this 7504 is the high and low of yesterday's regular trading hours. So those are your ranges, right? And if you're at the extremes, that is typically where you may get the reversal, right? If you're looking for a long, you can look at the support levels. If you're looking for a short, you look at the resistance levels that are there. And then if you're in the middle of the market, kind of like where we're at right now, this is where you're typically going to find some of your choppiness, right? Because look at this. We have the pre-market high, we have a 200, we have VWAP, we have a 50. So what's going to happen is we're just going to play with these levels until we either lose it or it shows that it is going to be support and it goes up. The other thing that I like looking at too is Market Atlas. It can tell you whether there's a lot of orders to the top side and downside. That will also cause some choppiness for you. If it's all stacked to one side or the other, will help drive your price action to wherever you need it. So that's kind of how I do it, and just you get a plan and you know where you want a partial and you stick to that plan, right? I got into this trade early today. My plan was 749 on the SPY, or target is 750 with contract off at 748, 749, and then you're out. And if it doesn't work, you get the hell out of the way because you're going to be in trouble. So,
Chris, are you mixing two different expressions there? What do you mean now we're cooking with bacon? I know what you mean. Isn't the expression now you're cooking with gas? Doesn't that come from an old commercial? Bacon is good. I've got a daughter that doesn't really like bacon. I've done something wrong raising my children.
So Sergio, a Cat 4 trade is a trade that you did not follow your plan, and the trade worked. If a Cat 1 trade is, hey, you did everything correctly with your plan and the trade worked. That's what it is. So if you screwed something up with your trade management, your stop loss, you didn't get into an entry where you were supposed to, you took a trade, chasing it, whatever the case may be, whatever was against your plan and the trade worked, then it's a Cat 4. The most common for new traders is that you set your stop, it came to your stop and you're like, ooh, that was the wrong place. Let me move it to the right place. And you move your stop. And then the trade goes in your direction. That is probably the worst case scenario because you're rewarded for that. And yeah, it might have worked that time, but the next time you do that, you're just going to take a bigger loss than what you planned for. And those actions can quickly turn a simple $25 loss, $100 loss into 10,000, 15,000. Your account is no more. Your retirement savings is completely gone. That's what can happen with those. So those are the Cat 4s. So yeah, the way you test the plan is you take an educated guess. This is how I think I'm going to make money. This is where I'm going to enter. This is where I'm going to place a stop. This is where my profit target is. This is where I'm going to take partials, and you stick with that plan. Doesn't mean it's going to be the best plan. Doesn't mean it's going to work, but you're going to test it, and you take 20 trades and you collect the data off those 20 trades, and you get Cat 1s and Cat 2s out of it, and you disregard your 3s and 4s, and you learn from those mistakes. And at the end of that 20 trades, you look at the data set of following your plan. And if it worked, awesome, you refine it and you do repeat the process. If it didn't work and you negative
I'll try to
results,
actively reduce or eliminate your Cat 3s and 4s, by the way, but
yeah,
that's but anyways,
yeah, you always want to do that.
Yeah.
And then you adjust your plan and you repeat the process, and you go over and over and over until you're like, yes, my plan works. And what happens, right, is as you do that, you start to realize that your trading plan works and you make money when you follow it. But the reason you can't make your entire trading account grow is because you have all these 3s and 4s when you don't follow your plan, because you're afraid of missing money, or you're cutting your winners short. And the more you start to recognize that, the easier it becomes to follow your plan. So you reduce your 3s and 4s, and your 1s and 2s go up. So that's how we do it. And for beginners in the beginning, very, 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 very tough, because you see something and you're like, oh, that's my secret sauce. I need to add that. And so you change it after 2 trades, and then it appears again and you're like, oh, it didn't work this time. Maybe I was wrong. So you get rid of it. And then it comes back and you play this. I don't know. You're chasing your tail, I guess is the expression.
Right.
And you just have to stop chasing your tail and just be like, I'm just doing this. This is what I guessed. I'm going to play it, and then I'll adjust it. And it helps people in boot camp. It really helps because you're a group and you're all trying to do this. And that's what really starts to help people, right? Is you have somebody else that's going through the same struggles. What's the most you've ever lost on a trade, and what did you learn from it? My biggest loss was I would say my biggest loss day was 1,500. Why do I say lost day? Because it was still within my trading plan. And what did I learn from it? I learned that you don't overtrade. Even if your setups are there, right? Because that day occurred because I had setups that met my plan, and I just kept trading it, and it just kept not working. And even when I went back and reviewed it, they were good setups. It didn't work, which meant the market just was not in a good position for my trading that day. It wasn't necessarily what I was doing wrong, but I like stopping after 3 trades, and I didn't stop after 3 trades. I almost tripled it. And I learned that you can't do that. That's the biggest thing that I learned. And you can't find your lost money.
Yep. Don't try
Just
and make it
remember that.
back. That's always a mistake people make, right? Trying to make it back. It's gone.
Yeah. You'll never make your money back, ever. Somebody else's money. Somebody took your money you lost and made it their own. They probably
Yep.
bought a car with it. Right? You just got to understand that the next trade you put on, you're taking money from somebody else. It's not the money that you just lost. So,
All right.
yeah, I saw your trade, Andrew, on SMCI. That was a great trade. So, I'm sitting here waiting to see if the SPY can regain the 7545 or the MES can regain it. But we'll see. We'll see what we get there. Yeah, well, sometimes the market just doesn't work with your plan, and it's good to know, right? You'll learn. Every day is a learning day in the market. Every
is
single
true.
day is a learning
Every
day.
single day.
Yes, Coco, absolutely complete the observation exercise before boot camp. Start that right now.
Yep.
Like,
Never too early, because there's no length of time that is too long for that to be effective. The longer, in fact, you do it, the better data you're going to get. So,
Yep.
or
So start that
rinse and
now.
repeat, right? If you got time,
Yep.
do it multiple times.
You start that now, you will be set up very, very nicely for your fall boot camp. You will be right on there. It'll be a perfect timing for it.
Come on, Apple. Do something interesting. Ugh. Looks like once again, maybe I've picked the wrong horse here.
Yeah, but are you in Apple?
Yep.
Apple's a good long.
Yep.
It's just moving slow. Chugging along. Slow, slow, slow. Our next boot camp starts in September 7th. Whatever the first Monday after Labor Day is when it's either the 7th or 8th. I keep getting it mixed up, but it's a Monday. But if you sign up for boot camp right now, you get access to the essentials material, which will help you develop your trading plan, select a strategy, get your trading desk set up, understand how we want you to journal a trade, how we want you to take a trade. There's a whole bunch of learning prior to that, and that's what we work on every Friday in the bootcamp prep session that I do. We bring everybody in and we round robin it, and I ask everybody, hey, where are you at? What are you looking for? What are you doing right now? And then I give each individual that attends that a goal for the week and what they should come back the following week. And we're actually going to do that session tomorrow at noon because I'm traveling on Friday. So I did not want to skip it. So And I will send a reminder email out to everybody that signed up for boot camp. I'll send that out here probably right around noon Eastern today. I'll get it out to everybody. What is our SPY doing? Yeah, our SPY is just playing around here at VWAP
Okay, we
and
got a little bit of
pre-market
a
high
pop here.
levels. So we're getting a little pop up. No, you don't have to be a BBT member to join boot camp. You can do just boot camp, but if it's me, I would seriously look at the inner circle package that Andrew's offering now. That you get a BBT membership and boot camp for life. So I mean it's the extra money you spend on that package is well worth it. Google and Tesla have earnings. Apple does not have earnings today, unless I'm incorrect. Apple doesn't have earnings, does it, Peter?
Apple, not today, no.
No.
No, we got Tesla and Google are probably the big two, and then we've got like ServiceNow, IBM, and Texas Instruments.
Die the package? What does die the package mean, live trading? Die the package. YouTube doesn't like the word die, so.
YouTube has thin skin. It tends to block a lot.
Very thin skin. Very, very.
Yeah.
It's like, no. Oh, you can go to Peak Capital. Go to bearbulltraders.com. Here, I'll bring it up because it won't let me post the link. So, because it's YouTube. You go to Bearbull Traders. Maybe. And if you scroll down, it's this inner circle package right here, where you get lifetime access to everything in BBT and unlimited boot camps. Or if you don't want to do that, then you go to the Peak Capital trading website. And you can sign up for it. Go there, enroll now. And it's there, and you can pick whether you want winter, spring, or fall. So you have the option of which course you want to go. And that's $29.95. So
Indeed.
You would have to reach out to team at bearbulltraders.com. They'll be able to answer that question for you. I have no idea. There we go. We're getting this push up, back up to the 7545. We're going to see if we reject this. If we reject it, I might take it short. If we reclaim it, possibly take this thing long.
Hey guys, good morning.
Oh,
Hey, Eamon,
it's
how you doing?
Eamon. He's back.
That's Eamon. How are you doing?
Good. How's your morning gone?
Trading wise, bad. I had two losses on Apple, but I'm down 1.5 hours. But it happens. Can't have it green every day. I didn't take anything other than Apple, which was unfortunate, obviously. How
Oh
did you
yeah,
guys
Apple
do?
was
I can
kind
see
of
Mike
tough.
did good.
Yeah, I had a good trade on the MES.
This
So
is amazing. Peter, did you take any opening trade?
I did.
oh yeah,
Took a
let
short
me
on
stop so
Tesla.
you can share your screen.
Was it at the open? Or was it later for a reversal?
No, it was right off the open. But
You know, right of the open, I wanted to play to the long side the very first minute, probably played it the
oh,
second or
really?
the third, right? But anyway, I was busy losing money on Apple, so didn't manage to touch Tesla.
Well,
Yeah.
I made a little bit of money on Tesla and then got stopped out. So
Well, that's good. That's good. Good job, I guess. I didn't see Carlos here, surprisingly. Did he leave earlier?
Carlos is around, or he should
Yeah,
be, I think.
He's
he's
always
around
here.
somewhere.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Kyle.
Had a
Yeah, I think the
great day on
ones who did good are the
SMCI.
ones who traded SMCI, and I see you traded SMCI.
I did, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I had such a good day today. Oh my Lord Almighty. Peter, what
I
is
can
it? You
hear you
traded
breathing.
Tesla?
It's as if you were cheering and dancing while trading it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Really?
Sorry. Am I mouth breathing? Sorry. I do that a lot, I guess. That's what my
Probably
fiance
me.
tells me.
After a tough
No,
and
it's
sweaty trade.
yeah. You traded Apple and Tesla?
No, I didn't trade Tesla. I had Apple and Tesla on my watch list, but I traded only Apple. I still
Oh,
have
okay.
one trade in my bullet, so maybe we're going to catch something during the YouTube show or the chat room. So there is still a chance to bounce back. Probably I'll just be calling it today with a small loss.
Yeah.
It's okay. You had a great day. Were you up about 5 hours yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday, no, only three because I lost something in the
Oh,
afternoon.
okay. Still a
But
good
still
day.
great. Yeah, still good
Yeah.
day. Well,
Nice.
I think we can get the team to rest a little bit. The long morning show.
All right. Take care, Amen. Kyle.
Thank you,
Thank you,
guys.
Mike.
Thanks,
Thank
Mike.
you,
All right.
Peter
Take
and
care,
Carlos.
everybody.
Thanks, Peter.
YouTube, how are you doing? Did you guys do good? Did you also trade SMCI? NBIS, SMCI, and NVDA. I mean, the cheap stocks in general, MU, SNDK, NBIS did good. SMCI
Iron.
did good. Iron
Iron was
did good.
good.
Exactly. So, I was just watching the wrong one. I mainly wanted to trade Tesla to the long side because, you know, we have the earnings today, and usually Tesla pre-earnings, post-earnings is doing amazingly well, but it never set up. I never ended up trading it. The one that kind of set up was Apple, and the first trade, you can see it's my classic trade. Fake break with a break, played it to the long side, moved my stop loss to the middle, lost a full hour on this trade. Second trade, I played it safer. This was a bit of a chase because it was three consecutive candlesticks. So I had to put my stop loss at the low to survive the pullback before I add. Then I saw a reverse ABCD and I cut it out for half an hour, loser. Overall, full minus 1.5 hours. And honestly, the first trade wasn't bad because on the first trade, my target was around 330, where we had a big order on Atlas. I don't know if it's still there. Yeah, it is still there. There it is, 330, 36,000 shares. And that wouldn't have been a bad one. 75 cents stop loss after the entry, somewhere around 50 cents, which was basically the average. Targeting 330, that would have given me like 3.5 hours. Sometimes they just
Nice.
don't work. Kyle did an amazing trade with a really good ad. I think the ad was 920 strategy,
It was.
and that's
Oh
what you
my God.
do on a stock that's strong. I'll let you go over
Yeah.
it.
Sure. I was super bullish on this all morning. Their guidance, I think they came out with $18 billion, but I didn't completely wait for my 5 minute opening range, but I anticipated it pretty good, and I just rode it all the way to the top. Yeah, and then I did a 920, and then I got the majority of it was out at 3150. There was a huge order on my good friend Market Atlas. I got my T-shirt on. I'm in such a good mood. And I was all out at 3150. So great day. Great ads. I love on the 1 minute chart when the 200 moving average and the 50 are beneath the opening price. So this one, the purple dot or the purple line, it's the 50 moving average. So it did a kind of a fake breakdown, like Eamon always kind of preaches me. So my eyes are actually really looking for these fake breakdowns on the first 1 minute candle if the pre-market has a nice range in it. So honestly, Eamon, thank you so much, man. Like you're really opening my eyes. And this setup, I love it. How you do the pop-up screens? Oh, my desktop, I spent like probably 25 minutes yesterday just realigning everything. So I'm in a great mood. I made some good money today. Great trade, great execution. And yeah, the 920. Andrew and I were actually in the chat room. He took it on the second candle after it kind of confirmed around 31.10. So I got in one candle before him, but we both did the 920 on it. So it was a great trade. Yeah.
Well, that was good though. That was actually good. Good job on this one.
Thank you.
Clean trade. I was watching it later for a reversal at this stage here, but I could
At
see the bids stepping
31.50.
higher. Yeah, but I could see the bids stepping higher on SMCI, and usually when you see that, that means that there are big orders holding the price from going lower. And even if it fills these orders, a lot of selling pressure will be consumed before the next leg up happens. So these bids that stepped higher actually absorbed a lot of selling and prevented it from having a big pullback before the second leg to the upside. So not
Pull up SMCI on your Atlas there. There is like the upside is insane. There's
yeah, I've seen
140,000
that.
shares. Oh my God. All the way to
Yes.
$34. But I'm not sure. I think
Yeah.
the ATR is $3 today. So I don't know how much more it's going to run, but the
Well,
upside looks pretty good.
you see the R vol on it is around 625%. It's really high. And normally when the relative volume is really high, the stocks make move way bigger than their average true range. You don't know how far
Okay.
past the average true range, never backtested it in detail, probably something that I'll need to do. But I'll prefer to automate it just rather
Mm.
than doing the manual backtesting software.
Okay. I didn't know that. So when the R vol is really high, it'll run outside of its range.
Yeah.
Sometimes, not all the time.
Yep. By the way, guys, how
Okay.
would you like a day trading backtesting software? I'm working on one right now. I mean, it's going to take me probably a few months, maybe if not a year to make it. But the progress is actually amazing, going really well. I have the concept of predicting the next candlestick in it, bounces from all the moving averages across multiple time frames, combinations of indicators, so far RSI, Bollinger Bands in it. But I'm planning to make one of the best backtesting softwares out there. We don't have that. I mean, we have some firms that are offering backtesting softwares, but honestly, there was literally nothing good for day trading. So for now, I'm making it for myself, just for an automatically trading software and to test a few concepts. But if you think that that could be helpful, I might eventually just uh, release it, seeing how it's going to be.
Love it. That'd be great.
Awesome.
Question. Does anyone in the chat, I mean, you don't wear glasses, but know where I can get glasses that don't reflect? Like you see my eyes, like you can see on my screen. Is that a thing?
Yeah, I can
Or
see your text with someone there.
I know we talked about this yesterday, and I actually got
Yeah,
an email
exactly.
from somebody, and they're like, "Can you buy glasses that don't reflect?" And I don't know if
Honestly,
that's
it's
a
not
thing.
annoying. Ignore it. Like, it's not that bad. If you feel good with it, just use it. It's okay. I mean, if
Okay.
it's not disturbing,
Okay. Yeah, these are blue light glasses, but they reflect, so I don't know if they're just
just stick
taking
with
into
your
account.
glasses.
Well, I can't. I actually have really good eyes. These are just for the blue lights. I'm always staring at screens and they hurt my eyes. Hmm.
They do. I mean, I've been staring at my screen since I was 7 years old.
And you're fine. And you have great eyes, don't you?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that I have great eyes. I do feel like it probably hurt me somewhere, but it didn't hurt my eyesight.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
How would the software be different from paper trading? Paper trading is just paper trading. This would be backtesting software. You will be running all the indicators and the parameters of your strategy, choose the time frame, and run the software across whatever stock library you have. That's how different it's going to be.
Okay. Thanks, Pat. I'll look into those.
Thunali saying, "Amen, your book is really awesome. I've read the Kindle version. Now I'm ordering the book. Thank you so much, Thunali. I'm glad that you enjoyed the book. I would highly appreciate your honest review on Amazon. since you finished reading it. And if you get stuck on any of the concepts, feel free to email me.
Tesla hasn't really done much today. What do you think's going to happen?
You know, the tricky part today, I mean, I know that SMCI had big orders to the upside, which was amazing. Apple had big orders to the upside when I ended up playing it long, which did not work. Tesla, I did not end up playing it to the long side because it had a lot of orders to the downside, which it fully ignored. So Atlas is an amazing tool, don't get me wrong, but sometimes you get these tricky moments here and there, right? Big order, but it never reaches it, or big order to the downside and it doesn't reach it. It doesn't mean that it's a bad indicator. For example, it actually helped me survive a loss on Tesla because I saw the big orders to the downside, even though the setup was long. Probably would have hit my target, but still. Apple was good pattern-wise, Atlas-wise, it did not work out. SMCI was good pattern-wise and Atlas-wise, and it did work out. So Atlas is helpful, but you don't want to trade blindly, only based on Atlas.
Just another tool in the toolbox, right?
Yep. Carlos, you know the funny thing? I mean, everybody in my family wears glasses. My father, my mother, both of my brothers, like my grandparents, all of them are wearing glasses, except for me. I think I got the tiny, small, lucky gene in the family with a decent eyesight. And I've been staring on phone, PC, gaming, like spending over 10 hours a day in front of screens and monitors, and luckily it's going well. Luckily, who knows, man? Eventually, I might just suddenly turn on blind, but hopefully that's not going to happen.
Imagine how smart if you're already so smart, you would look so much smarter with glasses, you know? People that wear glasses just like you just think that they're going to be smart. Like that's why I wear these. Like I don't need them. I just want people to think that I'm smart, you know? I'm smart in my own way.
I should wear glasses and sell my course.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Exactly. That's
Anything setting up for you?
For me, I don't know if I'll be trading. Like I'm down 1.5 hours for now. I don't feel confident trading. I usually say this whenever you trade, you want to feel that calm state of mind. You know, the feeling that you have before the market opens, where you're confident, you stick to the rules, you build your watch list, you just wait for the market open to trade. That's the type of feelings that you want to trade. And I don't have that feeling for now, at least. It's still slightly annoyed by what Apple. You know what? Let me show you this. Apple is becoming the worst possible stock ever for me. So look at these guys. These are my trades on Apple recently. And this is my yesterday's trade. Loser on Apple. 2 days ago trade on Apple. Loser as well. 3 days ago on Apple. 2 losers. 5 days ago on Apple. Loser. Today also a loser. That's already 6. And there was a winner around here, luckily. Yeah, that was actually not bad. And that wasn't bad. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't actually bad, but the last 6 trades, they did not do really well on Apple. So it's questionable. It needs to do something else. I'm going to give it one more time. Tomorrow or after
it's off
tomorrow.
the
And if
list.
it or it's off the list. Apple, listen
You're out
to
of
me.
here.
Exactly,
Yeah,
Apple. You should listen to me. You either make me money tomorrow or after tomorrow, or you're done. Blacklist from my list. Trading list. I'll just delete it. I mean, to be fair, yes, I did lose a lot on Apple during the last few days, but there were some other stocks that made me some money. So if we go through my most recent trades, yesterday, let's open this one. I did make money on Tesla, but I lost on Apple. 2 days ago, I lost money on Apple. 3 days ago, Netflix made me money, but Apple cost me money. Before that, where with that? I lost money on Apple, but luckily IBM and Meta made me money. So what's happening right now is that I make a lot of money on other stocks, and I just give a part of it for Apple, which is definitely not a good thing. Apple got to do something with it.
I don't know what your name is. Ellie Buy. Hi guys, what's your opinion about Tesla stock after hours? Would it go higher? I mean, it really depends on the earnings and the news that comes out, and then you kind of just let the price action tell you. It's hard to. I mean, I would say like it's probably going to be. They're going to have good earnings. Like I don't think they've ever had really bad earnings. So I mean, it's hard to say right now. Eamon, what do you think?
This actually is a really tempting short. Sorry, getting out of the topic. Then NVIDIA gets tempting for a short if it goes back to 212.50ish on this candlestick. We'll see. Now, as for Tesla, there is a small pattern that I've noticed happening a lot. If the stock is selling off intraday, earnings get it up. If the stock is up trending before earnings, it just drops down. I don't know if you guys noticed that or not. Uh, Correct me if I'm wrong, but it just feels like whenever the market is rallying or the stock is rallying, the earnings get it down to earth, and whenever the opposite happening, just getting squeezed. But like Kyle said, probably they will beat their earnings and they'll beat the numbers, but it's more about the guidance and expectations for the next quarter.
Wow, Nvidia is really running up here, hey? After 10:45, like this thing's one, two, three, four, up $6. Holy.
And this is happening after Carlos and Peter said that NVDA hasn't been an interesting stock for the last few days. It's just there to prove them wrong.
They were
Literally
listening,
today,
hey? Yeah.
exactly. Literally today, Carlos and Peter saying NVIDIA hasn't been NVIDIA. It's been good. It's been in play. It's been making good moves, but lately that hasn't been happening. And there it is. Carlos, Peter, that's for you.
Jensen Wong's listening. He's like, everyone buy it now. Did you guys see AMD for long at the open? I personally didn't have my on my watch list. I don't think anyone had it in the BBT room either, but again, like this thing, even like I remember trading like I know this was one of Peter's like I don't know how many kids he has. This is like his third kid. He was trading this like every day like 2 years ago. I remember that when this thing
AMD?
was at like $100. Yeah. This was like he loved to trade this thing. And now it's at 560. Wow. But no, I
Okay.
didn't have this on my watch list. Nicki Minaj trades low float stocks. That name is absolutely fantastic, by the way. She's kind of fallen off too. Like you don't really hear anything about Nicki Minaj anymore. But anyways, that's a conversation for another day.
So what do you think of Microsoft reversal? Looks interesting, really interesting. We're sitting in a channel, we're sitting right at the low of the channel. Reversal candlestick on the 15-minute chart, reversal candlestick on the 30-minute chart. Just needs a double bottom completion on the 5-minute chart, and you could give it an attempt, but it's not grabbing my attention. I would love to see it having a final push to the downside. If I'm to take another trade today, it would be only after a fake break, not going to trade without fake breaks. And Microsoft has a big order, 388, so final push to the downside before playing a reversal would not be a bad idea.
I mean, when you're doing your pre-market prep on your I think it's on your 60-minute chart, you look for it to have a range, right? Like 4 to 5 candles before, and then you go to the 15. Is that right?
Well, that's one of the best case scenarios, but I have so many different scenarios in the hourly chart. I try to explain in the book or in my webinars the easiest scenario to identify. I go through more advanced concepts with mentees or in my courses, just that uh, there are a lot of nuances for them. But obviously, if you're looking for something so easy to identify, you want to see those 3 to 4 hourly candlestick ranges supported by a small, tiny range on the 5-minute chart, and then you play the break of it. The only downside is that we don't get this type of price action every time. So you need the different variety.
Because well, why it's front of my mind is I was reading your book last night and I was kind of going through that chapter again, and so I was doing that with SMCI today, and it kind of correlated more on the 5-minute. How it had a nice range, and then on the 5-minute chart did a fake breakdown, and then that's where I went long after it kind of squeezed through VWAP. But your book is it's really, honestly, apart from being it's such an amazing book, it just really gets you to think about your thought process of like how like I trade as a scalper. It's like, have I just been, I mean, I'm not getting lucky because I know how to trade like my gap and go and my break and retest strategies. Like those are my bread and butter, but these higher time frames really just open your eyes. So I love it.
And
I love it.
like
Yeah.
it took me years to write this book because I myself read a lot of multiple time frame analysis books, and I'm repeating this, but they were too complicated. And when you read something too complicated and you just think about how complicated it is in one single time frame, I started to think about how the hell would I implement this information on multiple time frame analysis. For example, Wyckoff theory. Wyckoff theory just sounds so simple. You look for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then an A, B, C, which is a corrective wave before you get the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again. Obviously, on one single time frame, it is easy to identify, But obviously, similar to any other strategy, this could fail. It might not do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It might do just the 1, 2, 3 and ABC, and you are going to be falling out of track. And if you do that only on a 1 minute chart, it's one thing, but obviously doing it on the 1 minute chart only is not going to be helpful because you might be playing the 2 or the 3 on the 1 minute chart on a 2 on the 60-minute chart, which is not going to work. You always need to identify a base, and you need to identify the base across multiple time frames. So lack of theory, even though it sounds like an easy one, it is a bit too much when you look at it across multiple time frames. So what I did is I tried to simplify these concepts into something that I'm using regularly in somewhat an easy way. Anyway, yeah, Kyle is a really good advertisement for my book. Thank you, Kyle.
You're welcome. You can put the link in there. Someone's asking for it. What's
Yeah,
his name? Jackie.
just put it in the chat.
Rocket Lab. This guy's asked a couple times. Where was this? It's kind of getting buried. Something about Rocket Lab. Oh,
Yeah, Rocket Lab is also interesting. Someone called it today, I think in the chat room or somewhere. It is sitting right at the low of the daily chart. You can see this level around here. I don't know what that level is. 65.50-ish, 65.30-ish is a level that it's been holding for a few months now. And yesterday we rejected this level to the penny. So today there is a huge likelihood that it's going to continue going higher. The hourly chart looks really good. It's slowly grinding to the upside, but if I had to bet on one of the two directions on RKLB, it would be to the long side. What's the average through range on it? The average through range on RKLB is around $6. Previous day closed 69, so it could go all the way to 75. The relative volume on it is 113, which is really good. So yeah, it has it in it. Probably it could make it. The only thing that we need to double check is Atlas. Is it also supportive? And come on, don't fail me. Let me reopen it. RTLB. And yeah, it's neutral. I wouldn't say it's bullish. It's more neutral. All the way up to 75.
Funny guy 148. I like Microsoft. It does look oversold. Let's see the 5-minute chart. Do a double bottom on the 5 minutes. Not yet. I'm adding to Microsoft goals. Yeah, I would give it a little more time, but it does look like it's a little bit oversold. But let's see what the SPY does. Give it a little bit of time. Any investment long term? I'm not in any swing trades. I think Eamon's in 2 or 3, Netflix and a couple others, but
Yeah, Microsoft does look like a good long, and like I said, because I'm down, I want to wait for an A plus setup, something that's having a trap or a fake break. So I want to see a final push below the low of the day before I play the reversal, but this doesn't look bad for a long all the way up to 391.
yeah, I'm just putting in the chat. Like, I mean, because Eamon's like he usually trades around this time. I usually don't. I will, but I'm like my brain is now waiting for
Yeah.
that 5 minute on the or a double bottom on the 5-minute chart. So, but if you think it's time, pull the trigger on it. Like if I mean, you could have
Yeah.
got in at 1050 there. That would have been a good average, and you would have survived this pullback. So just be careful.
Yeah, I would have definitely waited for this higher low at least that we have in the 5-minute chart, which looks okay-ish around here, 389.25, 389.50-ish, but it's not the safest. Probably a trap would be good to see, but if you pull it the trigger around here, you would need to exit somewhere around 391.
So you wait for the confirmation on a 5-minute to create a higher high, and then you would go long?
Yeah, I look for double bottoms, higher lows, or slightly lower low, for example, something
Okay.
like this. That's one thing, or something like what's happening right now. I like it less because the risk to reward is worse. If you enter around here, you still have a lot of room to the upside, but if you enter around here, you already missed this room around here. Or even, or another thing that you could look for is this. Slightly break lower with an instant recovery. Ideally with a retest, which gives you a reverse head and shoulder setup.
And then you target the top of that last range at 391.
You go for the next swing level. So this is the first swing level that you pay attention to. And as long as we are sitting below this area, You hold through the consolidation, respecting the original stop loss, which is the previous low. The moment it breaks the consolidation area, which is happening right here, you move stop loss to the middle of the range. Or you could add to your position. And your first target is the previous swing levels, either this one around here, which is probably not a good one if you did not enter inside here with an add up here, or the next one around 391, which is here.
Right.
So you just target every previous swing level.
Got it. Love it.
And there it is. It's slowly going up. So if you played it to the long side around here, that's good. That's a good place to move your stop loss. Target the first swing area, and then go for 391. I mean,
There
why
you
did you
go,
say NVIDIA?
funny guy.
Yep,
Oh, I just
not
said,
bad.
there you go, funny guy. Yeah.
Why did you say that NVIDIA was lining up for a short when it's going up? Did it pull back a bit? Which candles told you that it's going to be short? I don't think I said that NVIDIA is going to be a short play. NVIDIA is sitting just in a range on the daily chart, and that could be a long, that could be a short. And the hourly chart is just sitting in the middle of the 16 chart, which could also be a long or short. So it was not exactly a short play. Oh, you mean right now for a reversal play? That's a risk-free parabolic reversal. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the open. We have the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4. Normally, after 3 to 4 candlesticks, you can expect to pull back on the 5-minute chart. So you do not want to play these ABCDs to the long side. They're usually traps. It needs to make a bigger pullback before the continuation. But it's not a good setup to play. Not here, not anymore. It was good here while it was far from the 9, or here if it went to 212.50-ish, which it didn't. Apple, I don't know. Don't mention Apple to me. I hate Apple. Apple is on the blacklist. But it's not bad. Same thing. We are sitting in a consolidation area at the bottom of it, but it's not extended for a reversal. It didn't even make 50% of its average true range to the downside.
Shit.
What do you like, Kyle?
I honestly not looking at anything. I actually sent you this link. Oh shit, I just sent it to Peter. God, I always send it to Peter. Check this bike out. Look at your Telegram. You can put this on the screen. Tesla just released, 3 days ago, this kid's bike. Did you see this thing? And it's sold out instantly.
That's
I think they did.
interesting.
It's like some kind of balance bike. $225.
And
But
what does
I'm
it
not.
do?
I don't know. I just saw this warning on my feed. Just it's supposed to like help them with their balance, I think. They're doing everything. Like I think they're just planting these seeds ahead of earnings so people start talking about Tesla again. Did you see it?
Yep, that's an interesting one. I mean,
Pretty slick looking,
wondering
no?
how much it cost.
225 American.
That's not bad for a bike, to be fair.
I hope it doesn't need to be charged for a kid's bike, but
Wait, okay, I see. Yeah, but it's 225. Not bad, actually.
pretty cool looking. But yeah, I'm not watching anything, honestly. I'm watching things, but I'm kind of I just looked at my SMCI trade. I just took a screenshot of it. And I was just making some notes for my journal, to be honest.
El Patrons, what do they do? I mean, I've never heard of these balance bikes. Well, good call on Apple. It's now going to go to the upside. Now it got me a couple times.
When you trade Apple, you're primarily doing it out of the gates, right? Like out of the first 1 minute candle.
It really depends when it sets up. Most of the time within the first 2 minutes, but there are moments where I take them after 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Rarely, because most of the momentum is usually at the open. You get the trap within the first minute, you enter within the first or within the second. But we need an ideal 5-minute chart and 60-minute chart to play these.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were doing well on Apple like 3-4 months ago, weren't you? Like, I mean, you don't trade it all the time, but I remember you when you do trade it, usually they work out pretty good for you.
They do. They actually do. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm not gonna say that all my trades are bad on Apple. Just the recent trades on
Right.
Apple has been really bad. If I go back in time, we'll find these good momentum trades that it is around here on Apple. Amazing run. Really tiny stop loss, good risk to reward ratio. I don't know about this one. Let me just close this. Yeah, that was unfortunate. I exited break even before the run. But yeah, I mean, I don't think that I had bad trades on Apple. Another beautiful channel play and good run. So yeah, it was good. It wasn't bad overall. It's still one of my favorite stocks to trade. Just needs to behave better.
Wow, whoever called out Apple, great call out.
Yep.
It's at VWAP now.
You see, this is the beauty of it. I mean, and looking at this, probably did not have the best 60-minute chart. I mean, it did have a decent consolidation here. It did break this consolidation, and there was room all the way to 330. But overall, we were sitting closer to the resistance area, which was not the best. Now it's giving us a setup, but closer to the bottom part, which makes it great. Similar to the Microsoft trade. It's giving a setup closer to the bottom part. But there it is, exit around the middle of the range. This one broke, failed. And they just, oh, okay, I see what you mean.
So Apple's a good example of having a clean double bottom on a 5-minute chart, right?
Yeah, that's actually a clean example with a good hourly confirmation candlestick. That's what I usually love. You wait for the hourly hammer, and then you wait for the next hourly candlestick to open and go to the downside and give you that second bottom. So this candlestick formed the hammer, this candlestick formed the overlap. This is the best. But ideally, on the third
This is
candlestick.
Microsoft or Apple?
This is Apple.
Apple, okay. So the hammer on the daily, then go to the 5-minute chart. It confirms a double bottom at 11:15.
Oh no, this is the 60. This is the 60. So you see, this is the
60,
hammer
okay.
on the 60, and it was formed around here. That's the
Okay.
beginning. That's the end of it. So it gave us a hammer around here. And the next candlestick, next hourly candlestick opens at 11. It goes to the downside, overlaps with the candlestick, resumes the trend. So you have a double bottom on the 5 after an hourly hammer.
Okay. Nice. And that's an
I
A. Is
love
that an A
these.
plus for you?
Yeah, I love these type of reversals. I think I've had quite a few of them. These
See,
are
that's the
probably one of
thing.
the best midday trades.
And that's what I was just gonna say. Like, you took the words out of my mouth. Like, doing these midday trades, if you're not like consciously aware of these things that you need to be looking for, like me as an opening range trader, and I know you trade the opens too, but like you've just evolved your trading so beautifully past just the opening session that now your eyes and your mind has been I mean, I want to say programmed loosely, I guess, but you look for these things, you know, you look for the hammer on the 60, then a fifth or a double bottom on a 5-minute chart, and then you just know how to execute it. So I'm learning
Yeah,
a
some
lot,
people,
man. These things are great. I love it.
some people do it the other way around. They start looking for a setup on the 5-minute chart, and they look for a confirmation on the hourly. I usually do it a little bit differently. I see the extended move, and I'm like, okay, the move is extended, but rather than having FOMO trying to catch the reversal play, you wait for the hourly confirmation candlestick, and then you play it. For example, this is a good example here on AMD. So you see, it is selling off on the hourly, and then it's giving us the hammer on the hourly chart. Now that I see that there it is, the setup is ready. We switch the 5-minute chart and you just want to confirm. Is this level going to be holding or this level going to be holding? The moment you identify it, you just play it. So rather than starting with the 5 going to the hourly, you do it a little bit differently. You start with the hourly and then you move on to the 5-minute chart. Another good example around here on the Qs. So this thing is selling off, giving us the hammer. And the next candlestick, it's trying to sell off. So it's opening at 12. It's trying to sell off, but it holds. It gives you some sort of a double bottom around the previous consolidation. That's what we call a reverse head and shoulders pattern on the 5-minute chart after an hourly hammer. And you know, this is the thing about patterns. A lot of traders, they would be telling you that forget about patterns. Patterns are a thing from the past. They're not working anymore. Everybody get used to them. They will show you tens of head and shoulders that are failing or tens of double tops that or double bottoms that are failing. And they're true, yeah, and partially they kind of are a thing of the past. But you're not using a pattern simply because it's a pattern. You're using it based with an edge from multiple time frame analysis. Another example around here is Apple. You see, we have a double bottom on the 5-minute chart, but I'm playing it only after we get the bottoming price action on the hourly chart. Just think about it from buyers and sellers perspective. You have a really big sell-off intraday, 3 to 4 candlesticks on the hourly chart in a row, hitting a level, hitting its full ATR. This thing needs to pull back. When is it going to pull back? This hourly candlestick shows you that there was some buying pressure. It shows you the wick at the bottom. The final thing that you want to see is look for a confirmation. And in this case, it was the double bottom on the 5-minute chart. So you're not playing a pattern simply because it's a pattern, because if you do that, it's not going to work in the long run. You play it with a higher time frame confirmation. Exact same thing here on Tesla. You see, big move to the upside, closing as a doji, and that's it. It's struggling. It's done. It needs to go to the downside. What do you have then on the 5-minute chart? Reverse head and shoulder setup. Where do we play the reverse head and shoulders? Not at the break of the low. We play it closer to the upper part. Once it's breaking the neckline, we could add to our position and then just ride the reversal. 1 hourly candlestick. And 1 hourly candlestick is a big move on the 5-minute chart. And this is the thing about midday plays. They are amazing. I wouldn't say that they work every time, but when they work, they give you big risk to reward ratio. But the downside is that they take so long to form. That's the thing that I hate about them.
But being patient is a good trade to have. And waiting for those things. Yeah, and that's what, like I said yesterday, I'm really trying to, in my next evolution, I think as a trader, is just like making sure if you have 5 boxes that need to be ticked, make sure all 5 get ticked. Like just because 3 or 4 get ticked, don't take the trade. And over time you'll be rewarded with that discipline, because the more and more you break those, all those boxes don't get checked, it's going to hurt you in the long run. And I felt, for me, like when I, my last couple funded accounts, when I was really chasing that first place thing, like all my boxes weren't getting checked. And then I rolled that into my live account. That's when I started going. I mean, I didn't have a huge drawdown period, but about a week and a half when I first actually was going live, it really messed with my psychology. So just making sure you check all those boxes is super, super important.
How's your live account going?
Good.
Doing good?
Really good. Yep. I'm doing a road to $50,000 challenge. So I took all the money that Andrew gave me and I rolled it into my brokerage account, and I'm trying to get to $50,000. So it's been going good, and I'm
That's
documenting
amazing.
it all on my Instagram. So it's awesome.
Where are you at right now?
I'm at 40,000.
That's good. You're close.
Yeah, I went down big. Like 3 weeks ago, I was red, I think 4 out of 5 days, 1 week, and then the next week I was 3. And now I'm on a 9-day win streak right now. So it's been going good.
Good job. It's amazing.
What's oil doing today? I honestly, like, my finger isn't on the pulse with the war right now. Every other day it's just something else. Just like, man, USO is at what, 131?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
basically, this is where the escalation started, I think around 11 days ago, right? 9, 11, probably 11. So somewhere around here or here.
This
And
war,
that's what's
I
happening
think
since
this
then.
war is just going to go on for like another year. It's just like, it's just such market in my opinion. I don't need to talk about politics, but like it does correlate with trading because it does affect our day to day. But I don't think he wants to stop the war. I don't know. That's just my opinion. It's just like it's so much volatility. Every time he tweets something, someone's making a lot of money. There's so much insider trading. It's like what's his exit strategy? Does he even have one? Like I don't know what the hell's going on.
It's really difficult to win in a modern warfare without troops on the ground. Like, you can bomb the hell of a country, but that's not going to end a war at all without troops on the ground. So I have no idea how it's going to end. The only way to end it is a deal. Without that, it's not going to end.
Yeah. And I don't think either side wants it to end. Like I think you said a couple of weeks ago, like the Iranian government, they're so smart that they know that they're not manipulating Trump by any means, I don't think. But it's just like they know whenever he says something, they can make so much money on the oil, like with the Strait of Hormuz and everything. Like I think they're making more money than ever too. And I could be completely wrong on that, but it just seems like it's such corruption. I don't know.
Well, it's
Such an
difficult if
interesting
they are
time.
making money because probably they are not allowed to pass through it either. I think if the US is running a blockade, which they did a while ago there, then they are not allowing the Iranian ships to also pass through it. And I think maybe they want it to end, but you see, every side here wants the war to end on their terms. Iran wants the war to end with sanctions being lifted. They want uh, to take tolls on the Strait of Hormuz, and they want to continue their nuclear program. The US wants them to fully abandon the nuclear program, give the enriched uranium to the US, freely and fully open the Strait of Hormuz without any tolls. And now you get this side who wants their terms and the other side who wants their terms. And every time there is a deal, both sides declare victory.
Right.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
They're both making money in the end, right? So it's just like who's really struggling? I don't
I
know.
think Iran is the part that's struggling. I don't think they're making money. The currency is going down, inflation is high, so they are probably losing money. But you know, when a country has been in a war for like forever, I mean, you can't say that Iran just starting exactly, Dylan. It's not making that much money on oil because the ships are blocked right there. But you see, they have also proxies all over the world. For example, their proxy is Houthis in Yemen. Ned Weber just said that, and. They also have that wild card. And if you are going to continue the war, we will get the Houthis in Yemen to close the Strait of Bab el Mandab and bump the Saudis' um, oil factories. So it's not at its worst. There is still way to get it even worse than it is right now.
Yeah.
But you know, I don't want to say who is right and who is wrong because I know politics are probably the worst topics to discuss or to argue about. But
Hmm.
the simple thing is that, yes, Iran might be economically destroyed, but to make a drone, it's not that expensive, right? And I'll give you a good example. A good example is Yemen. And I'm from Yemen. The country just went down to hell. It's fully economically destroyed. The salaries are at its lowest. The poverty rate there is really high. And it's been in war since 2011. I mean, and on fire since 2015, and it's still going on. I mean, you get still getting the Arabic coalition and sometimes Israel and Israel and US bombing Yemen, but they just stopped caring about that because it's not that difficult and not that expensive to make a few drones and then just decide to close the strait. And with Iran, how long has it been? 6 months, maybe, if I'm not wrong. This could last for years, and the only way out of it is a deal.
Yemen. That's where you were born in Yemen?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And I know that just how long this because I literally lived in the middle of it for a few years, and I know even with troops on the ground because exactly more than 10 years, and even with troops on the ground because of the Saudis and the Arabic coalition, they tried to get into Yemen, destroy the Houthis, and be back with it, but they just failed because it's difficult to invade a country and win the war when there are a lot of people. So it's just going to cost a lot, and economically, it's not favorable to anyone.
Hmm. Well, we're happy you got out of there and you're nice and safe.
Well.
But your whole family's probably still there too, right?
No, my mother and brother is here. It's the thing about war is that most of the time they don't target civilians. I mean, you will see in the news that this side or that side targeted the civilians and they killed people. Yes, that's happening, but they do not target them specifically. It happens. I'm not with it. Definitely against it. You don't want to target civilians, but with wars, casualties unfortunately happen. But I know that that rate is the rate of targeting civilian buildings is really low.
What are some good drone stocks? It's RCAT, RC. Didn't you were trading a drone stock or no, that was Brian. I think he had
No,
a
that was
drone
brand
stock.
new.
Yeah. RCAX. Let's see. They probably don't move that much. RCAX. Oh yeah, garbage. RCAT.
How about it? We invest in drone jammers. Smart idea.
Mm.
But now they have the fiber drones, which don't care about that.
Can you please check HPE with Eamon short?
Let's take a look at HPE.
I'll let you take that one, Martin. For Martin.
HPE, yeah, that's not a bad one. You have a move, but this is not a reversal play because when you play reversals, you want to see multiple hourly candlesticks. You want to see a reversal candlestick. You want to see that double top and then you play it. So this, yes, it wasn't bad. It gave us the reversal candlestick. It gave us the reverse head and shoulder. So the channel play, you shorted at the high, and then you go to the downside. But that's it. Like Kyle said, it doesn't meet all the check boxes.
And it's really hard, and I think it's just the evolution as not just like me as a trader or Eamon. It's you guys as well, right? Like not getting in when it doesn't check all the boxes, and it's really hard not to because if it checks 4 or 5, you're like, you know what, it could work out. But like I said, over time, those decisions will probably hurt you. So just be careful with those kind of things.
Yeah, all right, guys. So let's stay away from politics. We said, I mean, we were trying to think about it in the means of the markets. I mean, the thing about politics is that there is a lot of propaganda. It's always from both sides. Depends on what channel you're watching, and you always have a bias to the side that you're kind of trusting more. So you'll be trusting one source of news other than the others, depending on what exactly you're watching. So there is no right or wrong ground here. So no winner in talks about politics. Let's stick to trading.
Of course, yeah. I was just bringing that up just because it kind of
Yeah.
correlates with it. But yeah, of course. Shame on you. Yeah.
All right. Let's see
I
what we
started
have.
that. It wasn't Eamon. That was me who planted that seed, and then we went on a
Yeah,
little
we,
rant
we,
there.
we, we decided to analyze oil and we just went too far. Let's stick to trading. Let's look for
Yeah.
trades, guys.
Whatever happened with that apple? Did it get all the way back up? Let's see.
All right. Let's see what we have.
Love and peace for everyone. Exactly. Oh my God, I have too many screens up. Apple
Oh,
rejected
now
VWAP.
service. Well,
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. No, you're good.
Now it's saying now it's selling off a lot before earnings, and it will be really interesting to see what's going to happen today. Now that it is selling off to the downside, will we get the earnings that are spiking it up? Because again, historically, it's happening a lot. When you get a huge sell-off during the day, on the day of earnings, it gaps up, and vice versa on stocks that are trending to the upside intraday.
I was just saying Apple squeezed through that consolidation, rejected VWAP, and now came back down into that range as well. But I forget who took that trade. So you probably should have been all out, like Eamon said, around not all out, but a good partial was 325.50. Bring your stop loss to break even, and then you probably got at least a good 1 to 2 there. So nice trade, whoever took that. Martin's asking you. Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
No, sorry, I was saying that now could offer us a good reversal after the 1 p.m. Session. We're having a huge sell-off. We will be having the reversal candlestick if we manage to close around the $97 area. And the double bottom or the triple bottom is going to be setting up. So this is a good candidate for reversal after 12. Yeah, continue.
What is now? What is like? What kind of service now? I'm gonna pull this up here. Service now.
Martin, the reason I did not like HP is because it did not have a huge run on the hourly chart. It was just one single candlestick. It did not check all the boxes. Unlike now. Now it's selling off a lot. And if you can combine that with the reversal candlestick on the hourly chart, that will get the setup ready.
ServiceNow is down 5%. It says artificial intelligence threatens to hurt many kinds of enterprise software, especially ServiceNow. Dropped 82 cents, 3.9 million. Oh my God. Yeah, this thing just took a beating.
Microsoft is setting up, yes. That's what we wanted to see. That's exactly what we were talking about with Kyle. you want to wait for this hourly candlestick and then start looking for the reversal setup. So probably it could also give us a good setup after 12 p.m. You could even, the thing about pre-entering, like right now it looks good. You could pre-enter, you have the double bottom, and you can anticipate the hourly chart to close as a reversal candlestick. This way you get a good entry. But the only downside is that 2 minutes to the downside and the hourly candlestick closes totally bearish, and then you need to wait for the next hour to close as a reversal candlestick. And maybe if I had multiple bullets left, I would have given it an attempt and then give it a secondary entry after if this one fails. But since I have one single trade left, I want to make sure that it's fully ready. I will wait for this hourly candlestick to close, and then I'll be looking for an entry on the next hour. Yes, funny guy. Andy, congrats. Marvel just keeping you making. Are you having a longer term position on it?
Candy, how are you? This girl is she's here every single day. Frank, you guys are all the best. Thanks for showing up. Alex, El Patron. How many people are still with us? 500? 350. Yeah. 340 likes. No giveaway. We did a giveaway on Monday, right? Yeah. Friday and Monday we gave away a funded account. You went for a hood. I honestly, I traded Robinhood I think 2 or 3 times last week. It's been moving quite a bit. I like it. How many shares today? 45, 4.5 million. Yeah. Kind of choppy at the open, but you can see a 5-minute break and retest in there a little bit, but wasn't too clean. AA Foster, I use Interactive Brokers.
Well, it's really interesting how AMD managed to dig itself out of these bottoms that it was stuck around for years. It keeps making deals after deals. I just read that AMD and Anthropic have signed a deal for tens of billions of dollars worth of AI servers. And
Anthropic?
yep, so it will be purchasing 2 gigawatts of AMD's latest generation chips. And AMD will invest up to $5 billion in Anthropic. Okay. This thing is just trying to get back trying to get its lead back.
I went down a rabbit hole like 2 days ago on semiconductors, like how small like the chips are and like how each one has those little switches inside of them, like the transistors. They are so complex. Like it is amazing how these computers build these little microchips. Like they are so small and there's so much to them. It's just like wow. It's amazing how they're built and the power from these little chips of what they're doing it's really unbelievable, honestly. And they're all what was it? They're all made of silicone. Just crazy. Like my God. Does Anthropic have a ticker or it's just their own? No, they
They're
don't.
private.
They're private. Yeah. Okay. But Anthropic created Cloud, right? Doesn't Cloud use Anthropic, or am I wrong with that? Like the not ChatGPT, but Cloud. I think they use Anthropic as their technology. I
I
could be
think
wrong.
I'm just looking when are they going to be public.
Oh, there you go. Thank you, Ben. Yeah.
When are they going to come public? Yeah, they're making cloud and methods. I like their Fable 5. That's what I'm using right now.
Fablefy? Fable.
Yeah, it's one of their models inside cloud.
Okay. Okay, funny story. I have a bridge on my front tooth. I have a fake tooth, so I have a retainer in, so you guys probably hear a lisp. my kid just like hit me in the side of my tooth yesterday, well, 2 days ago, and my tooth popped out. So I have to go to the dentist on Friday. So like I have Invisalign, and it's literally holding my tooth in my mouth. It's crazy. My world is just. I'm getting married in 30 days, and my tooth is like I don't have a front tooth. It's crazy. What a life I'm living right now. Alien tech. What is that? Kevin Cycles. Alien tech is. Oh, I see what you're saying. Semiconductors. Yeah. A new request. Dell short because 1 hour inverse hammer and a 5 minute lower high. Eamon, what do you think
About
on
what? Sorry.
on Dell? Martin's
Okay.
asking you, do you like it?
I honestly have no idea. The daily chart is a bit tough. The hourly chart isn't extended, is not, and I don't love it when it's one single candlestick followed by reversal candlestick. We're saying if I'm to play a reversal, I need it to be stretched, and you want to play it closer to the top when you're playing a reversal. This thing is just slowly grinding down, so probably not. More not than yes. I like Microsoft. Microsoft slowly setting up.
Yeah, you guys have a good laugh over that one. I promise you, if I take this retainer out, my front tooth is just like hanging on by a thread. I'm seeing my dentist Friday morning, so the only reason I brought it up is because I know I have a bit of a lisp, and it just sounds weird. So I'm like, I just thought maybe you guys could hear it, but I'm just overthinking. Anyways, queso has a serious problem, exactly. Okay, so we're gonna take a Microsoft long after 10 o'clock, right? Inside of BBT. That's what we're thinking.
Yeah, probably. I'm going to be waiting for a setup on it
Yeah.
after this hourly candlestick closes. If it fails, that will be my 2.5 hours lost day. If it works, I might bounce back to the green.
Yeah, classic.
Let's just wait for this hourly to close. Like I was saying, if I had multiple bullets left, could have played it to the long side somewhere around there, anticipating that it's going to close as a hammer. But since it's the last bullet, it's better to wait for it to close as a hammer and then try to get an entry on a higher low. Let's take a look at Atlas on it. No, Atlas is actually, yeah, it's tough, more bearish than bullish. We did talk about the $388 area. Other than that, it's neutral.
Oh, you guys are the best. I just got 6 new followers. Thank you.
Well
On my
done.
Instagram.
Growing
All
up.
right. Then growing up. Good old YouTube family.
Hmm.
Eamon, what's your Microsoft price target looking like?
I will need to lock in something around the swing high, which is 390-ish, maybe slightly below it. If I manage to enter closer to this bottom between 88.20-ish and 60-ish. Then if it clears it all the way up to view up.
Yeah, Sonny, we don't do a giveaway every day unless we get 500 likes.
STG at the open within the first 15 to 30 minutes, I usually pay attention to the 1 and the 5. 10 to 11, most of the time it's the 5. Sometimes I add the 15. After 11, I do use the 15 and the hourly. Ideally, the hourly. So it depends more on the time of the day. Well, guys, we're coming to the end of the hour. It's always a pleasure talking to you all. If you have any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearbultraders.com or kyle@bearbultraders.com. Trade smart, and we will talk to you tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye, and bye, Kyle.
Bye, guys. Take care. We'll talk to you soon. Well, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Bum, bum.